Hey everyone, welcome back to Dark Harry. Today we're diving into an amazing story called What If Harry Called Morticia Addams Mother in Front of Dumbledore. He was completely speechless. If you love these stories, please hit that like button and subscribe. It really helps us bring more content to you. Without further ado, let's begin. Chapter 1, The Letter from Nobody. Harry bolted upright in bed, sweat soaking through his thin t-shirt. Cedric's lifeless eyes haunted him again. Kill the spare. Those three words replayed in his mind on endless loop since returning to Privet Drive. Boy! Keep it down. Uncle Vernon's muffled shout came through the wall. Harry didn't bother responding. 5 days back with the Dursleys and he was already at his breaking point. His friends' letters said nothing useful, just vague reassurances and warnings to stay put and be safe. As if Privet Drive had ever been safe for him. A tap at the window caught his attention. Not Hedwig, she was still out hunting. Harry approached cautiously and found himself staring at a large raven, its feathers impossibly black against the moonlight. The bird cocked its head, studying Harry with an intelligence that reminded him of Fawkes. "Hello there," Harry whispered, unlatching the window. "Who are you from?" The raven hopped inside, extending a leg where a letter was attached with a thin black ribbon. The envelope was made of heavy parchment, but unlike Hogwarts letters, this one was jet black with an address written in what appeared to be dark red ink: Mr. Harry James Potter, the smallest bedroom 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. Harry untied the letter, and the raven remained perched on his desk, clearly waiting for a response. The envelope sealed with a wax stamp bearing a stylized, surrounded by what looked like thorny vines. Breaking the seal, Harry pulled out parchment that matched the envelope in quality but was a deep, rich cream color. The same red ink, which Harry now suspected might actually be blood, flowed across the page in elegant, spidery handwriting. "My dearest Harry, you don't know me, though by all rights, you should. My name is Morticia Addams, and I was a dear friend of your mother's. More than that, I am your godmother, a fact that seems to have been deliberately kept from you. I've spent years searching for you since your parents' murder. Every attempt to locate you has been thwarted by extraordinary magical interference. Only recently did we manage to trace you to your current residence, which I must say appears utterly unsuitable for someone of your standing and heritage. If you wish to know more about your mother, your heritage, and the family that has been searching for you, please send a response with Noir, my raven. He knows how to find me, regardless of what wards may surround you. Blood of my blood, child of my heart, Morticia Addams. P.S. Be wary whom you tell about this letter. There are those who have worked very hard to keep us apart." Harry read the letter 3 times, his heart hammering. A godmother? Everyone had told him Sirius was his only godparent. But here was someone claiming not just a connection to him, but to his mother. Someone who'd been looking for him. The raven, Noir, gave a soft caw, bringing Harry back to the present. He grabbed a piece of parchment and scribbled quickly, "Mrs. Addams, I don't know if you're real or if this is some trick, but I want to know more. Tell me something about my mother that isn't in history books. How do I know I can trust you?" Harry Potter. He tied the note to Noir's leg, and the bird took flight immediately, disappearing into the night. Harry didn't sleep again that night, his mind racing with possibilities. A godmother. Someone who knew his mother. Someone who'd been searching for him. Someone who might take him away from the Dursleys. Watcher, Harry. Harry nearly jumped out of his skin at Tonks's greeting. He'd been weeding the garden for hours under the blazing sun, his mind still fixed on the mysterious letter from the night before. "Tonks? What are you doing here?" he asked, wiping sweat from his forehead. "Just keeping an eye out," she said, her hair shifting from purple to bubblegum pink. "Dumbledore's orders. There's always someone watching the house." Harry frowned. "So you've been watching me all summer?" "Since you got back, yeah. Different order members take shifts." She leaned closer. "You all right? You look like you've seen a ghost." For a second, Harry considered telling her about the letter. Then he remembered the postscript, "Be wary whom you tell." If Dumbledore had people watching him constantly, maybe the letter writer had a point. "Just tired," he said. "Bad dreams." Tonks nodded sympathetically. "About the graveyard?" "Moody, the real Moody, says that's normal after what you went through." Harry just nodded, returning to his weeding. Tonks chatted for a few more minutes before disillusioning herself again, promising she'd be nearby if he needed anything. As darkness fell, Harry paced his room, wondering if he'd get another letter. Around midnight, Moore returned, this time carrying a larger package. Harry quickly opened the window. The raven dropped the package on Harry's bed before settling on the desk chair. Inside the black wrapping paper was a small wooden box, intricately carved with lilies and thorny vines. Another letter sat on top, "My dearest Harry, a reasonable request. Trust is earned, not freely given, a lesson your mother taught me when we first met as children. When Lily was 9 years old, before she knew she was a witch, she made a willow tree dance by accident when some neighborhood boys were tormenting her sister Petunia. I was visiting relatives nearby and witnessed this. I applauded rather than feared her gift, and we became fast friends that summer. I recognized the magic in her that others dismissed as imagination or coincidence. When your mother married James, I was there. When they went into hiding, Lily asked me to be your godmother alongside Sirius as godfather. We performed an old ritual, binding me to you by more than mere words. I have felt your pain over the years, though I could not find you. In this box is proof of my connection to Lily. It also contains a way for you to reach me, if you so choose. No one can force you to use it, it will only respond to your willing touch and desire to find me. The magic that has kept us apart is powerful, but family magic is older and deeper still. With abiding love, your godmother, Morticia. Harry's hands trembled as he opened the box. Inside lay a silver locket. When he touched it, it opened to reveal a magical photo he'd never seen before, his mother, looking about 16, arm in arm with a pale, raven-haired girl of similar age. They were laughing, and occasionally the dark-haired girl would make a dramatic gesture causing a flower she held to wilt, which made his mother laugh harder. The second item in the box was what appeared to be a small black chess piece, a queen, carved from obsidian or some other black stone. A note beneath it read simply, "Hold this and say, Familia Primum, when you're ready to come home." A portkey. It had to be. Harry stared at it, remembering the last portkey he'd touched. The Triwizard Cup. Cedric. Yet something in him desperately wanted to trust this Morticia Addams. The photo seemed genuine, his mother looked so happy, so carefree with her friend. And the story about the willow tree, that wasn't something anyone would know unless they'd been told by someone who was there. Harry put the portkey back in the box but slipped the locket into his pocket. He'd think about it overnight. The decision was made for him the next morning when Mad-Eye Moody showed up at the Dursleys' front door. Apparently, wards had detected unusual magic around the house, specifically, a portkey. "Potter," Moody growled, his magical eye whirring in all directions as he stomped into Harry's bedroom, "have you received any unusual packages? Letters? Anything?" Harry instinctively touched the locket in his pocket. "No, sir." The magical eye locked onto Harry's pocket. "What's that, then?" Harry reluctantly pulled out the locket. "It's a picture of my mom. Someone sent it to me." "Who?" Moody demanded, snatching it from Harry's hand. He examined it closely, eye spinning wildly. "She said she was my godmother. Morticia Addams." Moody went very still. "Addams," he repeated. "Black hair, pale skin, looks like she sleeps in a coffin. I guess. The letter said she was my mum's friend." Moody snapped the locket shut and pocketed it. "I need to speak with Dumbledore immediately. Don't go anywhere, Potter. Don't touch anything else that arrives. Understand?" Before Harry could protest the confiscation of his only new photo of his mother, Moody clomped downstairs. Harry heard the faint crack of disapparition a moment later. Within an hour, Dumbledore himself appeared in Harry's bedroom with a soft pop of apparition, wearing robes of midnight blue scattered with silver stars. "Harry, my boy," he said gently, "I understand you've received communication from Morticia Addams." "Yes, sir," Harry said, suddenly wary of the headmaster's too casual tone. "She says she's my godmother. Is that true?" Dumbledore sighed, conjuring a squashy purple armchair and lowering himself into it. "It's complicated, Harry. The Addams family is unusual. Their approach to magic is quite unorthodox, even alarming to most wizards. But was she friends with my mum? Your mother was friendly with many people, Harry. She had a gift for seeing the best in others." Dumbledore's eyes didn't quite meet Harry's. "However, I must caution you against any further contact with the Addams family. They practice magic that borders on the dark arts, not illegal, precisely, but certainly not the sort of influence a young wizard should be exposed to." "She said she's been looking for me for years," Harry pressed. "That someone's been keeping us apart." Dumbledore's expression remained benevolent, but Harry noticed his knuckles widening as he gripped his wand. "The blood protection your mother provided requires you to stay with your aunt. Any interference with that arrangement could put you in grave danger. But after Voldemort took my blood, doesn't that change things?" "I'm afraid not, Harry. Now, I must ask, did Mrs. Addams send you anything besides the locket? Perhaps something that might transport you somewhere?" Harry hesitated only briefly. "No, sir. Just the locket with the picture." "Ah," Dumbledore said, clearly relieved. "Well, I think it's best if I hold on to that for now. We'll need to check it for curses and other enchantments." "It's just a picture of my mum," Harry protested. "Nevertheless," Dumbledore said firmly. "Now, I've arranged for additional protection around Privet Drive. For your own safety, Harry, please remain inside the house as much as possible until term begins." After Dumbledore left, Harry sat on his bed, seething. The headmaster hadn't directly answered a single one of his questions. And he'd taken the locket, the only new connection to his mother Harry had found in years. Harry reached under his mattress, where he'd hidden the wooden box containing the portkey before Moody arrived. The black queen piece sat innocently in its velvet lining. "Familia primum," Harry whispered, not touching it yet, just testing the words on his tongue. "Latin, probably. Family first." He made his decision. Grabbing the portkey firmly in his hand, Harry clearly stated, "Familia primum." The familiar hook behind his navel yanked him forward into swirling color and howling wind. Harry landed hard on a stone floor, his knees buckling beneath him. Fighting the wave of nausea that always accompanied portkey travel, he pushed himself up and looked around. He stood in what appeared to be an entrance hall of an enormous mansion. The architecture was Gothic, with high vaulted ceilings, dark wood paneling, and strange, macabre decorations lining the walls, everything from mounted swords to what appeared to be medieval torture devices displayed as art. "He's here. The boy has arrived," called a voice that sounded like it belonged to a monster from one of Dudley's horror films. Heavy footsteps approached, and Harry whirled around, wand at the ready. A giant of a man appeared, bald, with sunken eyes, skin like a corpse, and wearing a butler's uniform that strained against his massive frame. "Master Harry," the giant intoned, giving a surprisingly graceful bow. "The family awaits you in the drawing room. I am Lurch, the butler." Nice to meet you," Harry said, not lowering his wand. Lurch seemed unfazed by Harry's caution. He simply gestured toward a set of double doors across the hall and began walking toward them. After a moment's hesitation, Harry followed, keeping a firm grip on his wand. The doors swung open to reveal a large room that managed to be both elegant and disturbing. Antique furniture was arranged around a fireplace where flames burned an unnatural green color. The wallpaper featured intricate patterns that seemed to move when Harry wasn't looking directly at them. Taxidermied creatures Harry had never seen before were positioned around the room, and what appeared to be a hand scuttled across a side table. But most striking were the room's occupants. Rising from a high-backed chair was the woman Harry recognized from the locket photo, though she was now middle-aged. Tall and impossibly slender, with skin as pale as moonlight, she wore a tight black dress that trailed along the floor like tentacles. Her long black hair hung straight to her waist, contrasting starkly with her white complexion. Next to her stood a man with slick-back hair and a pencil mustache, wearing a pinstriped suit. His eyes lit up when he saw Harry, and he gave an excited little bounce on his toes. Two children stood nearby, a girl about Harry's age with her mother's coloring, wearing a black dress with a white collar, her hair in tight braids, and a pudgy boy slightly younger, with a striped shirt and a maniacal grin that made Harry instantly wary. An ancient woman who had to be at least 100 sat in a rocking chair, stirring something in a cauldron that smelled like Snape's classroom on a bad day. "Harry," the tall woman said, her voice deep and melodious as she glided toward him. "At last. You have your mother's eyes. You're Morticia?" Harry asked, still not lowering his wand. "Yes, my dear boy. Morticia Addams. This is my husband, Gomez." The mustached man bounded forward, gripping Harry's free hand and pumping it enthusiastically. "My boy. My boy. What a momentous day. The heir returns to the bosom of his extended family. These are our children," Morticia continued, "Wednesday and Pugsley. And this is Grandmama." The ancient woman cackled and waved a gnarled hand at Harry. "Got your mother's knees, too. And somewhere around here is," Morticia began. "Uncle Fester is testing explosives in the swamp," Wednesday interrupted in a flat, emotionless voice. "He said not to wait for him." Harry felt overwhelmed. These people were bizarre, yet they were looking at him with such genuine happiness that he couldn't sense any malice. "Why don't you sit down, Harry?" Morticia indicated a chair near the fire. "You must have questions." "Yeah, about 1,000,000, Harry said, finally lowering his wand but keeping it in his hand. "Starting with, are you really my godmother? And why has no one ever mentioned you before?" Morticia gracefully sank into her chair across from Harry. "Yes, I am truly your godmother, bound by magic and blood. As for why you weren't told about me." Her perfect features hardened slightly. "That would be a question for Albus Dumbledore." "Dumbledore knew about you?" "Oh yes," Gomez jumped in, pacing energetically. "He was there when Lily asked Morticia to be your godmother. Right after Sirius was named godfather." "But Sirius went to Azkaban," Harry said. "If you were my godmother, why didn't you take me in?" A shadow passed over Morticia's face. "We tried, Harry. For years, we tried. When we heard about Lily and James, we immediately contacted Dumbledore to claim guardianship. He told us you were already placed somewhere safe, but would not reveal your location. We hired investigators," Gomez added. "Magical and Muggle. No one could find you. The protection wards around you were extraordinary," Morticia said. "Blood magic of the highest order, combined with Dumbledore's own enchantments. You were, quite literally, untraceable. Until last week," Wednesday said, still in that emotionless voice. "When Mother felt a disturbance in the godparent bond." Harry frowned. "Last week? That's when." "When you witnessed the rebirth of the one who murdered your parents," Morticia finished softly. "The trauma was so severe it temporarily overwhelmed the concealment enchantments. I felt your pain, your fear, your grief." Harry was startled to see tears glistening in Morticia's eyes, though they didn't fall. "Once we knew you were alive, we were able to trace the magical signature back to its source," she continued. "Not precisely, the wards are still too powerful, but enough to send Noir with a letter." "But Dumbledore said you practice dark magic," Harry said uncertainly. Gomez burst into laughter. "Dark magic? What nonsense! My dear, Morticia said with a small smile, the Addams family practices old magic. Ancient magic. We don't recognize the arbitrary distinction between dark and light that the British ministry has imposed. Magic simply is. It's the intent that matters. Harry wasn't sure what to think. Everything they said made a strange kind of sense, but it contradicted so much of what he'd been taught. I can prove our connection, Morticia said gently. She held out her hand. May I? Harry hesitated, then nodded, placing his hand in hers. Her skin was cool but not unpleasantly so. Morticia closed her eyes and whispered words in a language Harry didn't recognize. A soft glow emanated from their joined hands, not the bright white light Harry associated with magic, but a deep, pulsing crimson that somehow felt warm and comforting. Images flashed through Harry's mind, his mother, younger than in any photo he'd seen, laughing with Morticia, the two of them practicing spells together, Morticia at his parents' wedding, looking elegant in black among the colorful guests, and finally, a ritual in a stone circle, where his infant self was held by Morticia as his mother drew symbols on both their hands in what appeared to be blood. When the connection broke, Harry found himself blinking back tears. You really knew her, he whispered. I loved her, Morticia replied simply. She was the sister of my heart, if not my blood. And you, Harry, are my godson. No magic can break that bond, though many have tried. Cara mia, Gomez said, placing a hand on his wife's shoulder, perhaps we should show Harry the room we've kept for him all these years. You kept a room for me? Harry asked, stunned. Of course, Morticia said, rising gracefully. From the moment you were born. We've updated it over the years, hoping someday you would come home. Home. The word resonated through Harry like the toll of a bell. He'd never had a real home, not one he could remember. Hogwarts was the closest thing, but even there, he was the boy who lived before he was just Harry. These people, as strange as they were, had been searching for him. Waiting for him. Preparing a place for him to belong. I'd like to see it, Harry said. The room was nothing like Harry expected. Located in the east wing of the sprawling mansion, it had high ceilings with exposed wooden beams and large windows that let in plenty of light, a stark contrast to the gloomy aesthetic of the rest of the house. The walls were painted a deep, rich green, and the four-poster bed was massive, with hangings in green and silver. We know you're in Gryffindor, Morticia explained, noting Harry's surprise at the Slytherin colors. But Lily always said you'd have her eyes, and these colors would complement them. Bookshelves lined one wall, filled with volumes on various magical subjects. A large desk stood beneath one window, and a comfortable reading nook was arranged in a window seat. Most surprisingly, a perch stood in one corner with treats and water. For your owl, Morticia said. Hedwig, isn't it? Lily loved owls. She would have chosen a beautiful companion for you. How did you know her name? Harry asked. The same investigators who couldn't find you did manage to glean some information about your life at Hogwarts, Gomez explained. Not much, but enough to know you have a snowy owl named Hedwig, you play seeker like your father, and you've faced unusual dangers every year. Harry wandered the room, touching things hesitantly. It was both alien and somehow familiar, as if designed by someone who knew what he would like but had never met him. There's more, Morticia said, opening what Harry had assumed was a closet door. It revealed a smaller adjoining room, and Harry gasped when he saw what was inside. The walls were covered with photos, hundreds of them. His parents' wedding. His father playing Quidditch. His mother brewing potions. Baby Harry being held by Sirius, by his parents, by a younger Morticia. There were even photos of his grandparents, both Potter and Evans, that he'd never seen before. We've collected every photo we could find, Morticia said softly. Every memory. Every story. So that when we finally found you, you would know who you are and where you come from. Harry felt a lump in his throat as he stared at images of a life he should have known but couldn't remember. Thank you, he managed to whisper. "This is your home now, Harry," Gomez said, unusually solemn. "For as long as you want it to be." "But Dumbledore said I have to stay with the Dursleys. The blood protection is greatly diminished since Voldemort used your blood in his resurrection ritual," Morticia finished. "Besides, the blood protection was based on your mother's sacrifice and your aunt's blood relationship to her. I share a blood bond with you through the godmother ritual. It's different, but no less powerful." "Dumbledore will come looking for me," Harry said. "Let him come," Gomez declared, suddenly animated again. "The Addams family has faced down dark wizards, monster hunters, and tax auditors. We can handle one meddling headmaster." Despite himself, Harry laughed. There was something infectious about Gomez's enthusiasm and Morticia's quiet confidence. "Can I stay? Just for a bit?" Harry asked. "I'd like to learn more about my mum. And, about all of you." Morticia's smile was radiant. "Nothing would make us happier, my dear." The next several days were unlike anything Harry had ever experienced. The Addams mansion, which he learned was called Addams Manor, operated on its own peculiar logic. Staircases shifted like those at Hogwarts, but deliberately, as if the house itself was playing tricks on its occupants. Suits of armor moved when no one was looking. The conservatory was filled with plants that tried to eat visitors. And the Addamses themselves were even more unusual than their home. Gomez could often be found fencing with animated suits of armor or hanging upside down in a bizarre exercise routine. Morticia tended carnivorous plants with loving care, speaking to them in what Harry recognized as Parseltongue. Wednesday conducted macabre experiments on spiders and other insects, while Pugsley built explosive devices for fun. Uncle Fester, when he finally appeared, turned out to be a bald, wild-eyed man who could light electric bulbs by putting them in his mouth. Grandmama brewed potions that made Snape's concoctions look like child's play, and Thing, a disembodied hand, scuttled around the house performing small tasks and occasionally giving Harry a thumbs up. Yet despite their eccentricities, Harry found himself growing comfortable with the Addams family. They accepted him completely, asking about his adventures at Hogwarts without dismissing them as exaggerations. They listened to his fears about Voldemort without downplaying the danger or offering empty platitudes. Most importantly, they told him stories about his mother that no one had ever shared before. Lily was brilliant with charms, of course, Morticia said one evening as they sat in the conservatory. She was pruning roses, cutting off the blooms and arranging the thorny stems in a vase. But what few people know is how innovative she was with potions. She and Severus would spend hours. Severus? Harry interrupted. You mean Snape? Yes, they were close friends for many years, Morticia said. Until he made a terrible mistake and said something unforgivable. Lily told me about it in her letters. He called her a mud-blood, Harry said. I saw it I saw it. Morticia nodded sadly. Words have power, Harry. Severus learned that lesson too late. He hates me, Harry said. He's always hated me. I suspect what he hates is seeing James's face with Lily's eyes, Morticia replied. A constant reminder of what he lost through his own actions. Harry had never considered that perspective before. It didn't excuse Snape's behavior, but it made a certain kind of sense. Your mother forgave him eventually, you know, Morticia continued, surprising Harry. Not enough to resume their close friendship, but enough to be civil. She told me shortly before going into hiding that she'd made peace with him. I don't think he's made peace with anything, Harry muttered. Morticia smiled slightly. Severus always did nurse his grudges like precious pets. Some things never change. These conversations continued over meals, which were surprisingly delicious despite sometimes featuring ingredients Harry couldn't identify, during walks through the extensive grounds, where Harry learned the swamp contained at least 3 species of magical creatures he'd never heard of, and late into the evenings in the library, where Harry discovered books on magic that would have given Hermione fits of academic ecstasy. On his 5th day with the Addams family, Harry was helping Gomez sort through a collection of enchanted swords when a familiar silvery phoenix Patronus soared through the wall and spoke in Dumbledore's voice, "Harry, your disappearance has caused great concern. The Order is searching for you. Please respond immediately with your location. You are in grave danger outside the Blood Wards." Gomez made a dismissive gesture at the Patronus, which dissolved into silver mist. "Dramatic as always, Dumbledore. Should I answer?" Harry asked uncertainly. "That's entirely up to you, my boy," Gomez said, testing the balance of a rapier. "But I suspect they'll find us soon enough regardless. The Addams estate isn't hidden, we've never seen the need." Sure enough, that evening during dinner, a strange but delicious stew Grandmama called toe of troll, tongue of newt, the doorbell rang with an eerie, prolonged gong sound. "Visitors!" Gomez exclaimed delightedly. Lurch lumbered off to answer the door. Moments later, he returned with Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, and a large black dog that Harry immediately recognized as Sirius. "Harry," Dumbledore said, his usual twinkle absent from his eyes, "we've been most concerned about your safety." Before Harry could respond, Morticia rose gracefully from her chair. "Albus! Minerva! How lovely to see you after all these years. And this must be Sirius Black in his animagus form. Please, don't maintain the pretense on our account. The Addams family has never had much regard for ministry proclamations." The black dog looked uncertainly at Dumbledore, who nodded slightly. Moments later, Sirius stood where the dog had been, looking wary but curious. "You know I'm innocent?" he asked Morticia. "Of course," she replied. "Lily told me you were their secret keeper initially, but they changed to Peter. I informed the ministry of this after your arrest, but Bartemius Crouch refused to consider the evidence." Her expression darkened. "The Addams family has a long memory for such injustices. Why didn't you tell me this?" Dumbledore asked sharply. "You never asked, Albus," Morticia said simply. "And you made it quite clear that my involvement in Harry's life was unwelcome." "I did what was necessary to protect the boy," Dumbledore said firmly. "Did you?" Morticia's voice remained calm, but Harry felt the temperature in the room drop several degrees. "Was it necessary to place him with Petunia, who Lily specifically stated should never have custody of her son? Was it necessary to block all our attempts to even visit him?" "The blood protection," Dumbledore began, "could have been maintained through scheduled visits," Morticia interrupted. "A week with Petunia each summer would have been sufficient to renew the wards. Harry could have spent the rest of his time with us, or with Sirius, or with any of the other families who would have gladly taken him in." Harry stared at Dumbledore, waiting for his response. The headmaster suddenly looked every year of his considerable age. "Perhaps we should discuss this privately," he suggested. "No," Harry said firmly. "I want to hear this. All of it." Dumbledore sighed. "Very well. The truth, then. Yes, I knew of Morticia's status as your godmother. I also knew that the Addams family practices magic that would be considered questionable at best by ministry standards. I feared their influence on you, particularly given the prophecy." "What prophecy?" Harry demanded. A tense silence fell. Dumbledore closed his eyes briefly, then nodded. "You deserve to know. The reason Voldemort targeted your family was because of a prophecy made shortly before your birth, stating that a child born at the end of July would have the power to vanquish the Dark Lord. And you thought the Addams would, what, turn me dark?" Harry asked incredulously. "I feared their unorthodox approach to magic might lead you down a path that would make fulfilling the prophecy complicated," Dumbledore admitted. Morticia's laugh was like dark velvet. "Oh, Albus. You've never understood, have you? The Addams family isn't dark. We simply don't recognize the artificial boundaries the ministry places on magic. We understand that all power comes with responsibility. A concept I've tried to teach Harry since he arrived at Hogwarts," Dumbledore said. while simultaneously keeping him in the dark about his heritage, his destiny, and his family connections, Morticia countered. How can one exercise responsible judgment without complete information? McGonagall, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. I must say, Albus, I've questioned your decisions regarding Potter's placement from the beginning. These people clearly care for the boy. They've had him for less than a week, Minerva, Dumbledore replied. And in that time, they've told me more about my parents than I've learned in 14 years with the Dursleys or 4 years at Hogwarts, Harry said, unable to keep the bitterness from his voice. Sirius moved to stand beside Harry, placing a hand on his godson's shoulder. I think we all want what's best for Harry. Maybe it's time we asked him what he wants. All eyes turned to Harry, who suddenly felt the weight of their expectations. He took a deep breath. I want to know everything. About the prophecy, about Voldemort, about my parents. No more secrets. He looked directly at Dumbledore. And I don't want to go back to the Dursleys. Not ever. The blood protection, Dumbledore began again, is compromised anyway since Voldemort used my blood to resurrect himself, Harry interrupted. And Morticia said the godmother bond offers a different kind of protection. Dumbledore looked at Morticia with newfound respect. You maintained the blood bond all these years? Of course, she said. Every full moon, I renewed it with my own blood, keeping the connection alive even when I couldn't find him. Dumbledore seemed to be calculating something in his head. That would explain certain anomalies in the ward structure I could never account for. A secondary protection running parallel to Lily's sacrifice. My bond with Harry isn't secondary to anything, Albus, Morticia said, a dangerous edge to her voice. An uncomfortable silence fell over the room. Harry looked between Dumbledore and Morticia, feeling the tension build. Finally, he broke it. I'd like to stay here, he said firmly. With my godmother. At least for the rest of the summer. And Sirius is welcome too, of course, Morticia added smoothly. We have more than enough room, and the Ministry has no authority on Adam's land. Our family has certain historical exemptions. Sirius's face lit up at the suggestion. I could stay with Harry. The ancestral home of the Blacks is the headquarters of the Order now, Dumbledore said. Your presence there is valuable, Sirius. My presence with my godson is more valuable to me, Sirius replied coolly. Besides, if what Morticia says is true about Ministry exemptions, I could be more useful here than locked up in Grimmauld Place. Harry felt a surge of affection for his godfather. You'd stay. Try and stop me, Sirius grinned. Besides, I'm curious about this place. The Addams family was legendary even when I was a child. My mother simultaneously feared and envied them. Walburga never did understand our philosophy, Morticia said with a small smile. She thought our devotion to the old ways meant we shared her views on blood purity. And you don't? Dumbledore asked, sounding genuinely curious. The Addams family cares about blood, certainly, Morticia replied. Blood is powerful. Magical. Sacred. But purity? What an absurd concept. Magic flows where it will. Lily was proof of that, one of the most naturally gifted witches I've ever known, born to muggles. Dumbledore seemed to be reassessing something fundamental about the Addamses. Perhaps I have misjudged your family, Morticia. Perhaps you have misjudged many things, Albus, she replied, not unkindly. We all make errors in judgment. The wise admit them and adjust their course. Wednesday, who had been silently observing the entire exchange, suddenly spoke. If you're staying, we should show you the dungeons. They're much nicer than Azkaban. Sirius barked a laugh. I certainly hope so. The tension in the room dissipated somewhat. Dumbledore still looked troubled, but seemed to be coming to terms with the new situation. Very well, he said finally. Harry may remain here for the remainder of the summer, with certain conditions. Regular check-ins from Order members. Continued training for what lies ahead. And no leaving the grounds without protection. Naturally, Morticia agreed. Harry's safety is our primary concern. And I'll want to examine these historical exemptions you mentioned, Dumbledore added. If they could protect Sirius legally, that would be valuable information. Gomez can show you the original charter from 1347, Morticia said. The Ministry has tried to revoke it 7 times over the centuries. Each attempt ended, unfortunately, for the Ministry officials involved. There was something in her tone that made Harry wonder exactly what, unfortunately, entailed, but he decided some questions were better left unasked. As the adults continued discussing arrangements, Harry felt a weight lift from his shoulders. For the first time since returning from the graveyard, he felt something like hope. Here, surrounded by his strange new family and with Sirius by his side, he might actually have a chance to prepare for whatever came next. McGonagall approached Harry while the others were distracted. "Potter," she said quietly, "are you certain about this? The Addams family is unconventional, to put it mildly." Harry looked around the dining room. Pugsley was showing Sirius a small explosive device. Wednesday was describing something to Dumbledore that made even his eyes widen slightly. Gomez was enthusiastically pulling out ancient scrolls from a hidden compartment in the wall. And Morticia stood watching it all with serene affection. "I'm certain, Professor," Harry said. "They're weird, yeah, but they've been more honest with me in 5 days than most people have been my whole life." He paused. "And they knew my mum. Really knew her." McGonagall's expression softened. "Lily would be pleased, I think. She and Morticia were quite close at school, despite being in different houses. Your mother always did see beyond the usual boundaries." "Morticia went to Hogwarts?" Harry asked, surprised. "For 1 year as an exchange student," McGonagall confirmed. "She was in Slytherin, naturally, but spent most of her time with your mother in the potions lab or the library." Harry absorbed this new information. "Why does no one ever tell me these things?" McGonagall looked uncomfortable. "I suppose we all thought, that is, the headmaster suggested. That I was better off not knowing," Harry finished flatly. "Perhaps we were wrong," McGonagall conceded. "I'm beginning to think we've been wrong about many things where you're concerned, Potter." Before Harry could respond, Dumbledore called for everyone's attention. "It's getting late, and we have much to arrange," he said. "Minerva and I will return to Hogwarts. Sirius, you may remain here if that is your wish. I'll send Remus to bring your belongings tomorrow." "Thank you, Albus," Sirius said, genuine gratitude in his voice. "Harry," Dumbledore continued, "I hope you understand that everything I've done has been with your best interests at heart, even if my methods have been imperfect." Harry wasn't ready to forgive the headmaster for keeping him from the Addams family all these years, but he nodded anyway. "I understand, sir." As the visitors prepared to leave, Morticia approached Harry and placed a cool hand on his shoulder. "Are you satisfied with this arrangement, Harry?" "More than satisfied," Harry said honestly. "But, what do I call you?" "Mrs. Addams seems too formal now that I'm living here." Morticia smiled, and something in her expression reminded Harry so strongly of his mother in the photos he'd seen that his throat tightened. "Whatever feels right to you, Harry. Morticia is perfectly acceptable. Or godmother, if you prefer. Some godchildren call me Aunt Morticia." "What about?" Harry hesitated, then gathered his Gryffindor courage. "What about mother? Not to replace my mum, but, as well as." Morticia's eyes widened slightly, and for the first time since Harry had met her, she seemed genuinely surprised. "Harry, I would be honored beyond words. But are you certain? It's a significant step." "You've been looking for me for 14 years, Harry said. "You never gave up on me. That's what a real mother does, isn't it?" Something glistened in Morticia's eyes. "Yes," she said softly. That is exactly what a mother does. Harry took a deep breath, aware that everyone was watching them. Then I'd like to call you Mother, if that's okay. Morticia enfolded Harry in an embrace that somehow felt both new and familiar at the same time. My son, she whispered, and Harry felt something settle into place in his heart, a missing piece he hadn't even known was absent. When they separated, Harry noticed Dumbledore standing frozen in the doorway, his face drained of color. The headmaster's mouth opened and closed several times, but no sound emerged. Albus? McGonagall asked, concerned. Are you unwell? He called her mother, Dumbledore whispered, sounding stunned. Harry called Morticia Addams mother, and the house accepted it. What do you mean, the house accepted it? Harry asked. As if in answer, the mansion gave a great shudder. Candles flared higher, shadows deepened, and a strange humming sound vibrated through the floors. Things scuttled in, carrying a small black box, which he presented to Morticia with a flourish. Ah, Morticia said, accepting the box. Perfect timing, as always, thing. She opened the box and removed an ornate silver ring set with a large emerald surrounded by smaller black diamonds. The design featured intertwined snakes or vines, Harry couldn't tell which, forming the band. This has been waiting for you, Morticia said, offering the ring to Harry. It's the Addams heir ring. It recognizes family by blood or by choice. The fact that the house directed thing to bring it now means. The house recognizes Harry as an Addams, Gomez finished, looking both surprised and delighted. Not just a guest or a ward, but family. But I'm a Potter, Harry said, confused. You still are, Morticia assured him. But you're also an Addams now. By choice, by magic, and by the recognition of the house itself. Harry slipped the ring onto his right hand. It resized immediately to fit him perfectly, and he felt a warm pulse of magic flow up his arm and throughout his body. Welcome to the family, cousin. Wednesday said in her monotone voice, though Harry thought he detected a hint of genuine pleasure. This changes everything, Dumbledore murmured, still looking shocked. The prophecy, the protection, the inheritance. Isn't it wonderful? Gomez exclaimed, slapping Dumbledore on the back hard enough to make the old wizard stumble. Harry Potter Addams. The boy with two families. Potter Addams, Harry repeated, testing the sound of it. It felt right. Dumbledore seemed to recover somewhat, though his expression remained troubled. We will need to discuss the implications of this development, Harry. Magical adoption, even informal ones, have significant consequences. Tomorrow, perhaps, Morticia suggested. It's been an eventful evening, and I'm sure we could all use some rest. Dumbledore hesitated, then nodded. Very well. Until tomorrow. As McGonagall and Dumbledore departed, Harry noticed the headmaster glancing back repeatedly, his expression a mixture of concern and something that looked almost like fear. Sirius approached Harry with a grin. You don't do anything by halves, do you, kiddo? Less than a week with the Addams family and you're already one of them. Is that okay? Harry asked, suddenly uncertain. I mean, I'm not trying to replace you as my godfather or anything. Are you kidding? This is brilliant. Sirius exclaimed. The Addamses have protections and resources I could never provide on my own. Plus, Dumbledore's expression was priceless. He leaned closer. I think you might have finally found the one thing Albus Dumbledore truly fears, and Harry Potter outside his control. Harry looked at his new family, Morticia watching him with maternal pride, Gomez bouncing with excitement, Wednesday and Pugsley arguing over which family curses to teach him first, Grandmama already brewing what she called a welcome to the family potion, and Thing giving him a thumbs up from the mantelpiece. For the first time in his life, Harry felt truly at home. Mother, he said, the word still new on his tongue but feeling increasingly natural. What happens now? Morticia's smile was both loving and just a touch wicked. Now, my dear, we begin your real education. There's so much about magic the Hogwarts curriculum doesn't cover. Starting with fencing. Gomez declared, grabbing 2 rapiers from the wall and tossing one to Harry. Every Addams should know how to duel properly. As Harry caught the sword and took up a clumsy stance while Sirius watched with amusement, he couldn't help thinking that his life had just become much more complicated, and infinitely more interesting. Chapter 2, Secrets Unearthed. Dumbledore's face stayed with Harry as he drifted off to sleep that night. The old wizard had looked genuinely shaken when Harry called Morticia, "Mother," like someone had yanked the rug out from under him and he was still mid-fall. Harry woke to something scuttling across his chest. He yelped, grabbing his wand from under his pillow, only to find things sitting on his blanket, tapping an impatient finger against the mattress. "Good morning to you too," Harry said, stifling a yawn. Thing gave him a thumbs up, then pointed urgently toward the door. "Is something wrong?" Harry asked, suddenly alert. Thing made a series of gestures that Harry couldn't interpret, then hopped off the bed and scurried to the door, pausing to beckon Harry forward. Harry threw on a robe, black silk with emerald trim that had appeared in his wardrobe yesterday, and followed Thing into the hallway. The manor was unusually quiet. No explosions from Pugsley's room. No eerie violin music from Wednesday's quarters. No sounds of Gomez's morning fencing practice. Thing led Harry down a spiral staircase he hadn't used before, through a corridor lined with portraits of Addamses from centuries past, all of whom nodded to Harry as he passed, and finally to a heavy oak door inlaid with silver symbols. The disembodied hand knocked 3 times, then scuttled away, leaving Harry alone. "Enter," called Morticia's voice. Harry pushed open the door to find himself in a circular chamber unlike anything he'd seen in the manor so far. The walls were lined with shelves of ancient books, strange artifacts, and glass jars containing specimens Harry preferred not to examine too closely. The ceiling was enchanted similar to the Great Hall at Hogwarts, but instead of showing the sky, it displayed a slowly moving star chart with certain constellations glowing more brightly than others. In the center of the room stood a stone table carved with runes. Around it gathered the entire Addams family, including Sirius, who gave Harry a slightly nervous wink. "Good morning, Harry," Morticia said. "I hope you slept well." "Yeah, thanks," Harry replied, taking in the scene. "What's going on?" "The ancestral ritual chamber rarely activates on its own," Gomez explained, unusually serious. "But it did last night, after you accepted the family ring." "Is that bad?" Harry asked. "On the contrary," Morticia said, gesturing Harry closer. "It means the house believes there are family secrets you need to know, secrets that have been waiting for the right heir to claim them." Harry approached the stone table cautiously. Its surface was filled with a silvery liquid that reminded him of the pensieve in Dumbledore's office, except this substance seemed to shift and swirl with purpose, occasionally forming patterns that almost resembled words or faces before dissolving again. "What is it?" he asked. "The Addams family memory pool," Grandmama cackled. "Been in the family for 7 centuries. Shows what you need to see, not what you want to see." "Dumbledore will be here in a few hours," Morticia said. "Before he arrives, there are things you should know, about your mother, about yourself, and about why he kept you from us all these years." "We think the house knows something we don't," Wednesday added in her flat voice. Harry looked at Sirius, who nodded encouragingly. "I'm as curious as you are, kiddo. The Blacks had artifacts like this, but none that activated spontaneously." "What do I do?" Harry asked. "Place your hand with the family ring into the pool," Morticia instructed. "The magic will do the rest." Harry hesitated only briefly before plunging his right hand into the silvery liquid. It felt warm and somehow alive, clinging to his skin as it swirled around the Addams ring. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the liquid began to glow, pulsing with a steady rhythm that matched Harry's heartbeat. The room around them faded, and Harry found himself standing in a place he recognized immediately, Godric's Hollow. Beside him, he could sense rather than see the Addams family and Sirius, watching with him. A much younger Morticia walked up the path to the potter's cottage. She wore a flowing black gown that wouldn't have looked out of place at a funeral, her raven hair cascading down her back. She knocked, and the door opened to reveal Lily Potter, very pregnant, her face lighting up at the sight of her friend. "Tish!" Lily exclaimed, embracing the taller woman. "I wasn't expecting you until tomorrow." "The signs were favorable for travel today," Morticia replied, returning the hug. "And I couldn't wait to see you. You're positively glowing." "I'm enormous," Lily laughed, leading Morticia inside. "James says I waddle like a duck now." "And where is James?" Morticia asked, glancing around the cozy living room. "Out with Sirius and Remus, buying more baby things we don't need," Lily said fondly. "He's gone completely overboard. You'd think no one had ever had a baby before." The scene shifted to Lily and Morticia sitting in the kitchen, teacups before them. "I wanted to ask you something," Lily said, suddenly serious. "Something important." "Anything," Morticia replied. "Sirius will be the godfather, of course. James wouldn't have it any other way. But I want you to be godmother." Morticia's eyes widened slightly. "I'm honored, Lily, truly. But are you certain? The magical community here barely tolerates the Addams family. Our approach to magic is not widely accepted in Britain." Lily reached across the table and gripped Morticia's hand fiercely. "That's exactly why it has to be you. If anything happens to us, and with this war, we have to be realistic. I want my child raised by people who understand that magic isn't about light and dark. It's about intent and will and love." "Albus won't approve," Morticia cautioned. "Albus doesn't get a vote," Lily said firmly. "This is my child, and I get to decide who I trust with their future." The scene shifted again, to a stone circle under a full moon. James and Lily stood with an infant Harry, while Sirius and Morticia faced them across a small fire. Dumbledore and a younger McGonagall watched from the edge of the circle, the former looking distinctly uncomfortable. "Blood of my blood, magic of my magic," Lily chanted, pricking her finger and allowing 3 drops of blood to fall into a silver bowl. James did the same, followed by Sirius and finally Morticia. "I take this child as my own," Sirius intoned, placing his hand on baby Harry's head. "To guide, to protect, to teach, until death and beyond." "I take this child as my own," Morticia repeated, replacing Sirius's hand with hers. "To nurture, to shelter, to love, until death and beyond." Lily added a final ingredient to the bowl, a strand of Harry's fine baby hair, and spoke the final words of the ritual, "As it is witnessed, as it is spoken, as it is bound in blood and magic." A flash of crimson light encircled the group, sinking into baby Harry's skin. For a brief moment, his green eyes took on a reddish glow, before returning to their normal color. "It is done," Dumbledore acknowledged, though his expression remained troubled. "Harry Potter now has 2 magical guardians bound by the ancient rites." The scene dissolved, reforming into a dark bedroom. Morticia sat bolt upright in bed, a scream dying on her lips. Beside her, a younger Gomez woke instantly. "Cara mia. What is it?" "Lily," Morticia gasped. "Something's happened to Lily. The bond, it's breaking." She clutched her chest as if in physical pain, tears streaming down her face. "They're gone, Gomez. Lily and James are gone." "And the child?" Gomez asked urgently. Morticia closed her eyes, concentrating. "Alive. Harry's alive, but in pain. Such pain. We must go to him," Gomez said, already rising. "Where is he?" "I don't know," Morticia said, frustration evident in her voice. "The connection is there, but muted, as if something's interfering with it. I can feel him, but I can't locate him." The scene shifted again, to what appeared to be Dumbledore's office. Morticia, now dressed in morning clothes, faced the headmaster across his desk. Her face was composed, but her eyes burned with intensity. Where is he, Albus? He's safe, Morticia. That's all you need to know. Dumbledore's voice was gentle but firm. That is not all I need to know, Morticia replied, her voice dangerously soft. I am his godmother, bound by blood and magic. I have the right to see him, to care for him. Harry has been placed with his aunt and uncle, Dumbledore said. Lily's blood relatives. The protection her sacrifice created can only be maintained through that blood connection. I share a blood bond with the boy, Morticia countered. The godparent ritual ensures that. It's not the same, Dumbledore insisted. Petunia Dursley is Lily's sister. That direct bloodline is necessary for the protective magic to work. Then let me visit him, Morticia said. Let me be part of his life, even if he must live with Petunia. Dumbledore sighed heavily. I don't think that would be wise, Morticia. The boy will face enormous challenges as he grows. He must be prepared properly. Prepared for what, exactly? Morticia asked sharply. For the role he must play, Dumbledore replied. Voldemort may be gone, but I fear not permanently. When he returns, Harry will be central to the conflict. He must be guided carefully. Guided by you mean, Morticia said, eyes narrowing. Not by those who might have different views on magic than the great Albus Dumbledore. Your family's approach to magic is unorthodox, Dumbledore said diplomatically. I fear it would confuse the boy. You mean you fear he might learn there are more ways to fight darkness than those sanctioned by the ministry, Morticia retorted. You fear he might become too independent, too knowledgeable. I fear he might be led down a path from which there is no return, Dumbledore said bluntly. The Addams family walks a fine line between different magical traditions. Harry cannot afford such ambiguity. That is not your decision to make, Morticia said, rising from her chair. Lily and James named me godmother. I will pursue this through the Wisengamot if necessary. You're welcome to try, Dumbledore said, sounding genuinely regretful. But as Chief Warlock, I can tell you how such a case would be decided. The boy who lived is too important to be raised with unconventional influences. This isn't over, Albus, Morticia said, moving toward the door. The Addams family does not abandon its own. We will find Harry, with or without your cooperation. I believe you'll find that difficult, Dumbledore replied. The protection extends beyond physical harm. It includes magical concealment of the highest order. Morticia paused at the door. You've made a grave mistake, Albus. Not just for Harry, but for yourself. The old magic doesn't take kindly to those who interfere with blood bonds. The scene shifted one final time, showing a series of brief vignettes, Morticia performing rituals under different phases of the moon, always ending with blood dripped into a silver bowl, Gomez consulting with grim-looking goblins at Gringotts, Wednesday and Pugsley, much younger, helping Grandmama brew complex potions, various wizards and witches entering the Addams mansion, leaving with cryptic instructions and bags of gold. The last image showed Morticia alone in the ritual chamber where they now stood, her hand in the memory pool, tears streaming down her face as she whispered, "Find him. Please, find him." The vision faded, and Harry found himself back in the present, his hand still immersed in the silvery liquid. He pulled it out slowly, watching as droplets clung to his fingers before sliding back into the pool. You never stopped looking, he said to Morticia, his voice thick with emotion. Never, she confirmed. Not for a single day. Dumbledore had no right, Sirius growled, looking furious. No right at all to keep you from Harry. He believed he was acting for the greater good, Morticia said, though her tone suggested she disagreed completely. Albus has always had a tendency to confuse what is easy with what is right. But why? Harry asked, trying to process everything he'd seen. Why was he so determined to keep me away from you? Control, Wednesday said bluntly. Power, added Pugsley. Fear, Grandmama cackled. All of those things, Morticia agreed. But most importantly, I believe Albus feared what you might become if exposed to magic outside his narrowly defined boundaries. The prophecy he mentioned, Harry said, remembering. About me having the power to vanquish Voldemort. Yes, Morticia nodded. Albus has interpreted that prophecy in a very specific way. He believes your path must be precisely controlled to reach the outcome he desires. What did the prophecy actually say? Harry asked, realizing he still didn't know. Morticia and Gomez exchanged glances. We don't know the exact wording, Gomez admitted. But we know it involved you being marked by the Dark Lord as his equal. Harry's hand automatically went to his scar. Which brings us to another matter, Morticia said, her expression grave. That scar is more than just a mark, Harry. We've suspected for some time that it contains a fragment of Voldemort himself. What? Harry and Sirius exclaimed simultaneously. A soul fragment, Wednesday clarified, looking almost envious. Quite advanced dark magic. You mean part of Voldemort is inside me? Harry asked, feeling sick. It would explain the connection you feel to him, Morticia said gently. The dreams, the pain in your scar, the ability to speak Parseltongue. Can it be removed? Sirius demanded. We believe so, Morticia said. The goblins have methods for extracting soul fragments from objects. It's one of the reasons we wanted to take you to Gringotts today. Harry's head was spinning with revelations. Does Dumbledore know about this? I believe he suspects, Morticia said carefully. But his solution may be different from ours. What do you mean? Harry asked, not liking the implications. Morticia chose her words carefully. Albus tends to take a longer view of conflicts. He plans in decades, not moments. If he knows about the soul fragment, he may have incorporated it into his plans for defeating Voldemort. You think he expects me to? Harry couldn't finish the thought. Die. Wednesday supplied helpfully. Possibly. It would be the simplest solution from a certain perspective. Wednesday. Gomez scolded, though not very convincingly. We don't know what Dumbledore intends, Morticia clarified, shooting her daughter a quelling look. But we do know that we intend to remove that fragment without any harm coming to you. We're going to Gringotts today. Harry confirmed. As soon as possible, Gomez said, checking his pocket watch. Before Dumbledore returns. The goblins operate independently from wizard authority. Once we're on their territory, not even the chief warlock can interfere. I'm coming too, Sirius said firmly. Of course, Morticia agreed. The more magical support Harry has during the extraction, the better. Harry took a deep breath, trying to steady himself. Okay. Let's do it. But I have one more question, what did the memory pool want to show us? Why did it activate now? I suspect it wanted to confirm what we already knew, that Dumbledore deliberately kept us apart, Morticia said. But perhaps also to prepare you for what comes next. The pool shows what you need to see, when you need to see it. Speaking of what comes next, Gomez said, glancing at his watch again, we should prepare for Gringotts. Harry, you'll need to dress appropriately for a formal meeting with the goblins. I don't have formal robes, Harry said. Gomez grinned. Of course you do. You're an Addams now. Thing. The disembodied hand scuttled into the room. Please show Harry to the dressing room and help him prepare for a Gringotts appearance. The full Addams regalia, I think. Thing gave an enthusiastic thumbs up and beckoned to Harry. Wait, Harry said, turning back to Morticia. Morticia, there's something else. He still stumbled occasionally over calling her mother, especially with so much new information to process. In the vision, during the godparent ritual, my eyes glowed red for a moment. What was that? The blood adoption taking effect, Morticia explained. It means you gain certain attributes from both your godparents. From Sirius, perhaps his resilience or sense of justice. From me, well, that remains to be seen. Your mother was concerned about that part, Sirius admitted. The Addams family magic is pretty distinct. But Lily said if you were going to face dark forces one day, you should have every possible advantage. She was right, Wednesday said, her dark eyes fixed on Harry. You're going to need all the help you can get. The full Addams regalia turned out to be a set of formal robes unlike anything Harry had seen at Hogwarts. The base was black, of course, but with subtle dark green threading that caught the light when he moved. Silver clasps shaped like tiny serpents secured the front, and the Addams family crest, a raven clutching a thorny branch, was embroidered over the heart. The ensemble included a silver-headed cane that Gomez insisted was traditional for the heir, despite Harry's protests that he didn't need it. It's not about need, my boy, Gomez explained, demonstrating how the head unscrewed to reveal a hidden compartment. It's about having options. An Addams always has options. By the time Harry descended the grand staircase, the entire family was assembled in the entrance hall. Morticia wore a formal gown that seemed to shimmer with shadows. Gomez was resplendent in a pinstriped suit with a black cloak. Even Wednesday and Pugsley were dressed formally, though Pugsley kept trying to hide small explosives in his pockets until Morticia confiscated them. Sirius looked the most transformed. Gone was the gaunt, haunted look of the escaped prisoner. He'd bathed, shaved, and dressed in formal black family robes that Gomez had somehow procured overnight. His hair was tied back neatly, and he stood straighter, a glint of his old confidence returning. You clean up well, Harry told his godfather with a grin. You don't look so bad yourself, kiddo, Sirius replied. James would be proud, he always did have a flair for formal occasions, though Lily had to force him into dress robes. How are we getting to Gringotts? Harry asked. Portkey, Gomez said, producing an ornate silver pocket watch. Direct to the VIP entrance. The Addams family has an arrangement with the Goblin Nation. What kind of arrangement? Harry asked curiously. We've never participated in any of the Goblin rebellions, Morticia explained. The Addams family has always recognized the Goblins' sovereignty over their own affairs. They appreciate that, especially from an old wizard family. Plus, Great-Aunt Desdemona married a Goblin chieftain in 1749, Wednesday added. Created quite the scandal. What happened to them? Harry asked, fascinated. Tragically decapitated during a bank robbery, Wednesday said with a hint of admiration. They took 17 robbers with them. Their heads are still on display in the Gringotts Museum. Lovely couple, Gomez sighed nostalgically. Never saw them without matching battle axes. Morticia checked the antique grandfather clock in the corner. It's time. Everyone, touched the portkey. As they gathered around, fingers on the pocket watch, Morticia met Harry's eyes. Remember, the goblins respect strength and honesty. Speak clearly, make direct eye contact, and never show fear. And don't mention interest rates, Pugsley added. Uncle Fester did once. They made him audit cursed vaults for a week. Before Harry could ask what a cursed vault was, the portkey activated. They materialized in a small, opulent chamber with marble floors and gold-veined walls. Two heavily armed goblin guards snapped to attention as the group appeared. Madam Addams, the taller goblin greeted with a bow that was just slightly deeper than perfunctory. Director Ragnarok is expecting you. Thank you, Grimjaw, Morticia replied with a graceful nod. May your gold always flow and your enemies bleed freely. And may your family's darkness never fade, the goblin responded automatically. The guards led them through a series of corridors Harry had never seen during his previous visits to Gringotts. Unlike the public areas of the bank, these passages were richly decorated with tapestries depicting what appeared to be goblin victories in battle. Weapons and treasure displays alternated along the walls. Finally, they reached a set of massive doors made from what looked like solid gold, engraved with scenes of goblins mining, crafting, and yes, fighting wizards. The doors swung open silently to reveal a large circular office. Behind a crescent-shaped desk of polished black stone sat the oldest, most intimidating goblin Harry had ever seen. His skin was leathery and covered in battle scars, and a patch covered one eye. When he smiled, his teeth looked like they'd been filed to points. "Morticia Addams," he growled in a voice like grinding stone. "It has been too long." "Director Ragnarok," Morticia replied with a respectful inclination of her head. "Thank you for agreeing to see us on such short notice. The Addams family has always been interesting to the Goblin Nation," Ragnarok said, his good eye fixing on Harry. "And this must be the boy. Step forward, young Potter." Harry stepped forward, remembering Morticia's advice about eye contact and confidence. "It's Potter Addams now, actually," he said clearly. "Thank you for meeting with us, Director." Ragnarok's eyebrows rose fractionally, the goblin equivalent of open shock. "Potter Addams? Interesting indeed." He gestured to seats arranged before his desk. "Please, sit. I believe we have much to discuss." Once everyone was seated, except for the ever-present goblin guards, Ragnarok pressed a rune on his desk. A younger goblin entered with a large stack of folders, placing them before the director before withdrawing silently. "You've come about 3 matters, I believe," Ragnarok said, organizing the folders with gnarled fingers. "The boy's soul contamination, his inheritance, and the legal implications of his adoption." "How did you know?" Harry blurted out, then immediately regretted it when Ragnarok's eye fixed on him. "Goblins always know what taints the magic that enters our doors," Ragnarok replied. "Your scar carries a fragment of foul magic, a parasite attempting to bond with your core. We've been aware of it since your first visit. Can you remove it?" Sirius asked tensely. "Of course," Ragnarok said, sounding almost offended. "Goblins pioneered the extraction of soul fragments thousands of years ago. How do you think we cleanse cursed treasures for our vaults? What will the procedure involve?" Morticia asked. Ragnarok pulled a folder from the stack. "For a living host, the process is more complex than for an object. It will require ritual cleansing, followed by extraction through the original entry point." He pointed a long finger at Harry's scar. "There will be pain. Significant pain. But it will be brief." "And the soul fragment itself?" Gomez inquired. "What happens to it?" "It will be contained and destroyed," Ragnarok said dismissively. "Or studied, if you prefer. Such fragments can reveal weaknesses in their creator." "Destroy it," Harry said firmly. "I don't want any piece of Voldemort continuing to exist if we can help it." Ragnarok nodded approvingly. "A wise choice. Now, as to your inheritance." He opened another folder, this one much thicker than the first. "The Potter accounts have been in a state of, let us call it, suspended animation, since your parents' deaths. Minimal activity, no major investments, no access to the family vaults beyond your trust account." "Why?" Harry asked. "I thought Gringotts operated independently from the ministry." "We do," Ragnarok confirmed. "But your magical guardian provided instructions to maintain the accounts in stasis until you reached majority." "My magical guardian?" Harry repeated, confused. "But that would be..." His eyes widened in realization. "Dumbledore?" "Albus Dumbledore has been acting as your magical guardian since your parents' deaths," Ragnarok confirmed. "Despite the existence of 2 bound godparents, one imprisoned without trial and one deliberately kept from claiming you." Sirius growled low in his throat, sounding remarkably like his animagus form. "What exactly does that mean?" Harry asked. "What control did he have over my accounts?" "Restricted access to your trust vault only, no investment decisions, no property management," Ragnarok listed. "However, as your magical guardian, he received quarterly reports on all Potter holdings and maintained the right to veto any attempted access. So he couldn't take my money, but he could stop anyone else from helping me access it," Harry summarized. "Precisely," Ragnarok said. including preventing your godmother from using Potter resources to locate you. That's why our investigators kept hitting dead ends, Gomez realized. Anytime they got close to financial records that might reveal Harry's location, Dumbledore's veto power blocked them. Can that arrangement be changed now? Harry asked. Ragnar's smile showed too many teeth. That brings us to our third matter, your adoption into the Addams family. He opened a third folder, removing a strange parchment that seemed to shimmer with magic. This is a family recognition document. It records magical family bonds recognized by Gringotts. Observe. He laid the parchment flat on his desk. Names appeared, arranging themselves in a complex tree. At the top were James and Lily Potter, connected to Harry by solid gold lines. Below them, connected to Harry by crimson lines, were Sirius Black and Morticia Addams. The gold lines represent blood parentage, Ragnar explained. The crimson lines represent the godparent blood bond, a connection nearly as strong, magically speaking. When you acknowledged Morticia Addams as your mother and were accepted by the Addams family magic, this happened. As they watched, the crimson line connecting Harry to Morticia thickened and darkened until it was nearly indistinguishable from the gold lines above. A secondary blood adoption, Ragnar stated. Recognized by family magic and now by goblin law. Morticia Addams is, for all magical and legal purposes, your mother alongside Lily Potter. What does this mean for Harry's status? Sirius asked. It means, Ragnar said with obvious satisfaction, that Albus Dumbledore is no longer his magical guardian. That right now belongs jointly to Sirius Black and Morticia Addams as his godparents, with Morticia taking precedence due to the strengthened blood bond. Harry felt a weight lift from his shoulders. So Dumbledore can't force me to go back to the Dursleys? He cannot, Ragnar confirmed. Not legally, not magically. The blood protection he established may still function to some degree, but your primary magical protection now derives from the Addams family bond. And my inheritance? Harry asked. As your recognized magical guardian, Morticia Addams now has oversight of the Potter accounts until you reach majority, Ragnar explained. However, as you are the last Potter and have been recognized as an heir of the Addams family, you can petition for emancipation in financial matters. Meaning I could manage my own accounts? Harry clarified. With guidance, yes, Ragnar agreed. I would suggest a compromise, you take an active role in learning to manage your inheritance, with Morticia and Gomez providing oversight until you're ready for full control. That seems reasonable, Harry said, looking to Morticia and Gomez, who both nodded approval. Excellent, Ragnar said, closing the folder. Now, shall we proceed with the extraction? Harry took a deep breath. Yes. Let's get this thing out of me. The ritual chamber deep beneath Gringotts reminded Harry uncomfortably of the room where Voldemort had been reborn. Circular, with strange symbols carved into a stone floor, illuminated by floating lights that cast more shadows than they dispelled. The differences, however, were significant. The goblin chamber felt ancient but clean, with a sense of ordered power rather than the chaotic darkness of the graveyard. In the center stood a raised platform of black marble, surrounded by channels cut into the floor. Remove your shirt and lie on the altar, instructed a female goblin introduced as Silveraxe, the bank's chief healer. The family may position themselves at the cardinal points. Harry did as instructed, trying not to show his nervousness as he lay back on the cold stone. Morticia took position at his head, Sirius at his feet, Gomez to his right, and Wednesday to his left. Pugsley remained by the entrance with Grandmama, both watching with undisguised fascination. The extraction has 3 phases, Silveraxe explained, preparing various instruments on a small table. First, isolation, we prevent the fragment from retreating deeper or spreading during removal. Second, extraction, we draw it out through the original wound. Third, containment, we secure the fragment before destruction. She approached Harry with what looked like liquid silver in a bowl. This will be uncomfortable. The parasite will fight to remain attached. I understand, Harry said, his mouth dry. Silveraxe began painting symbols on Harry's chest and forehead with the silver substance, which burned coldly where it touched his skin. All the while, she chanted in gobbledygook, her voice rising and falling in hypnotic patterns. Place your hands on him, she instructed the family. Focus your intent on protecting his core while expelling the invader. Harry felt their hands, Morticia's cool touch on his forehead, Sirius's warm grip on his ankle, Gomez's firm hand on his right shoulder, Wednesday's surprisingly gentle touch on his left. Now we begin, Silveraxe said. She placed the tip of a crystal wand directly on Harry's scar. The moment it made contact, pain exploded through Harry's head, worse than anything he'd ever experienced, worse than the Cruciatus curse. His back arched off the stone as he tried not to scream. Fight it, Harry, Morticia's voice came through the pain. Feel our magic supporting you. Harry became aware of energy flowing into him from the 4 points of contact, Morticia's ancient, cool power, Sirius's fierce, protective strength, Gomez's vibrant, chaotic energy, and Wednesday's focused, precise control. The combined force created a barrier between the pain and his core, allowing him to endure. Silveraxe began drawing the wand away from Harry's scar, and he felt something tearing, not physically, but magically. Something that had been part of him for as long as he could remember was being ripped away. It resists, Silveraxe grunted. The connection is strong. Stronger together, Gomez said firmly. Family magic, now. Harry felt a surge of power unlike anything he'd experienced before, darker and more primal than the magic taught at Hogwarts, but not evil. It was ancient, rooted in blood and bone and earth. It flowed through the 4 Addamses, converging on Harry and forcing the fragment to retreat from his core. With a final, excruciating pull, Silveraxe yanked the crystal wand completely away from Harry's scar. A stream of black, oily substance followed, howling with a voice that wasn't physical but somehow echoed in everyone's minds. The goblin healer moved quickly, directing the stream into a small crystal box that glowed with containment runes. The moment the box closed, the pain vanished so completely that Harry gasped. His vision, always poor, suddenly sharpened with crystal clarity. The weight he'd never known he carried lifted, leaving him feeling buoyant and strangely empty. It is done, Silveraxe announced, securing the box with additional spells. The extraction is complete. Harry? Sirius asked anxiously. Are you okay? Harry sat up slowly, expecting dizziness that didn't come. I'm better than okay. I feel amazing. Like I've been walking around with a rock in my shoe my whole life, and suddenly it's gone. Morticia studied his face carefully. Your eyes, they're brighter. And your scar. Harry touched his forehead. The familiar lightning bolt felt different, smoother, less inflamed. Is it gone? No, Wednesday said, handing him a small mirror. But it's just a scar now. Not a curse. Harry examined his reflection. The scar remained, but instead of the angry red mark he was accustomed to, it was now a thin, silvery line, like any ordinary old scar. But the most startling change was in his eyes. They were still green, still his mother's eyes, but they seemed to glow from within, more vibrant and alive than before. A side effect of the extraction, Silveraxe explained, noting his surprise. Your magic was partially suppressed by the parasite. Now it flows freely. Will there be other changes? Morticia asked. Hard to say, Silveraxe replied. He's been contaminated since infancy. His magic has developed around the intrusion. He may discover new abilities, or find existing ones enhanced. What about the connection to Voldemort? Harry asked. The visions, the pain when he's near. Gone, Silveraxe said confidently. That was the parasite's doing. You are fully yourself now, Harry Potter Addams. Nothing more, nothing less. Harry looked around at his family, both blood and chosen, and felt a surge of gratitude. Thank you. All of you. Morticia helped him to his feet. It was our pleasure, Harry. Now, let's return home. We have much to prepare for before Dumbledore arrives. When they portkeyed back to Addams Manor, Harry expected to feel tired from the ritual. Instead, he was buzzing with energy, magic crackling just beneath his skin. The world seemed sharper, colors more vibrant, sounds clearer. This is normal, Morticia assured him as they gathered in the drawing room. Your magic is adjusting to the absence of the fragment. It will settle soon. What happens now? Harry asked. When Dumbledore finds out what we've done. He will be displeased, Morticia acknowledged. But there is little he can do about it legally or magically. You are now under the protection of two ancient houses, Potter and Addams. Even Albus Dumbledore must respect that. He won't give up easily, Sirius warned. He's invested too much in controlling Harry's path. Let him try, Wednesday said, polishing what appeared to be a small crossbow. Family defends family. Speaking of family, Gomez said, we should discuss how much to reveal to the Order of the Phoenix. They'll be concerned about Harry's whereabouts. I want to see Ron and Hermione, Harry said suddenly. Before school starts. They deserve to know what's going on. Morticia nodded. We can arrange that. Perhaps invite them here. Or we could go to Grimmauld Place, Sirius suggested. Show the Order that Harry's safe and well. It might ease tensions. And give us an opportunity to establish boundaries, Morticia added thoughtfully. Yes, that might be wise. Their planning was interrupted when Lurch entered and announced in his rumbling voice, Professor Dumbledore. Here now. The group exchanged surprised looks. He's early, Gomez noted, checking his watch. Show him in, Lurch, Morticia said calmly. Moments later, Dumbledore entered the drawing room. He looked older than when Harry had seen him the previous day, his face lined with worry. His eyes immediately found Harry, widening slightly at the visible changes. Harry, he said softly. What have you done? We've freed him from the soul fragment you left in his scar for 14 years, Morticia answered before Harry could speak. Were you ever planning to remove it, Albus, or was it part of your grand design? Dumbledore's face paled. You removed. How did you know? The goblins confirmed our suspicions, Gomez said. They were quite helpful. Especially after learning you've been blocking access to Harry's inheritance. That was for his protection, Dumbledore said weakly. Was it? Sirius challenged. Or was it to ensure he remained dependent on your guidance? Dumbledore sank into a chair without being invited, suddenly looking every one of his years. You don't understand. There are forces at work beyond what any of you know. The prophecy, Harry said. About me and Voldemort. Dumbledore's head snapped up. Who told you? You did, Harry interrupted. Yesterday, remember? But you didn't tell me what it actually says. The old wizard closed his eyes briefly. It's complicated, Harry. Then uncomplicated, Harry said firmly. No more secrets. No more manipulation. If I'm supposed to face Voldemort, I deserve to know why. Dumbledore looked at the assembled Addams family, clearly reluctant to speak in front of them. They stay, Harry said, reading his expression. They're my family now. Properly, legally, and magically. The goblins confirmed it. So I see, Dumbledore murmured, his eyes falling on the Addams ring on Harry's finger. Very well. The prophecy was made by Sybil Trelawney shortly before your birth. It states, the one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies. And the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not. And either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. A heavy silence fell over the room as everyone absorbed the words. So I have to kill him, Harry said finally. Or he has to kill me. I believe the former, Dumbledore said. But I feared, with the soul fragment, that both might be necessary. You thought Harry had to die to destroy the fragment, Morticia stated flatly. That's why you never sought to remove it. Dumbledore didn't answer directly. There were few known ways to destroy such a thing. All of them typically destroy the host as well. So you were raising him like a pig for slaughter, Sirius said, his voice shaking with rage. All these years, knowing he'd have to die in the end. I hope to find another way, Dumbledore protested. I've been researching alternatives since I realized what Tom had done. The goblins removed it in less than an hour, Wednesday pointed out. Perhaps you weren't looking very hard. Or perhaps you didn't want to look outside your comfortable definitions of acceptable magic, Morticia suggested. The goblins' ritual would be classified as dark by Ministry standards, despite saving Harry's life and soul. Dumbledore had no answer for that. What is this power the Dark Lord knows not? Harry asked, returning to the prophecy. I believed it to be love, Dumbledore said. Your capacity to love, despite all the hardships you've endured. Love? Harry repeated skeptically. It's not as sentimental as it sounds, Morticia surprised him by saying. Love magic is ancient and powerful. Your mother used it to save you as an infant. The Addams family has practiced forms of it for centuries, though we call it blood magic or family magic. Which brings us to the present situation, Dumbledore said, straightening slightly. Harry, I understand you're angry about the past, but we must focus on what happens next. Voldemort has returned. The Ministry denies it. You are in danger. I'm aware, Harry said. But I'm done being kept in the dark. From now on, I want to know everything that concerns me. And he will no longer be returning to the Dursleys, Morticia added firmly. The blood protection is compromised, and Harry has a new home now. The protection still has value, Dumbledore argued. Even diminished, it provides security no other location can match. Except perhaps a house that's been magically protected by an ancient family for centuries, Gomez countered. The Addams estate has defenses that would impress even you, Albus. And I'll be here too, Sirius added. Between the Addams protections and a fully trained wizard on guard, Harry will be safer than he ever was with those muggles. Dumbledore looked like he wanted to continue arguing but seemed to realize he was outnumbered. Very well, he conceded. But I would ask that Harry maintain some connection to the Order of the Phoenix. We are, after all, fighting the same enemy. We plan to visit Grimmauld Place tomorrow, Harry said. I want to see Ron and Hermione, and explain things to the Order myself. That would be helpful, Dumbledore admitted. There has been considerable concern about your disappearance. Then it's settled, Morticia said, rising gracefully. Now, if you'll excuse us, Albus, Harry has had a rather taxing day. We can continue this discussion tomorrow at headquarters. It was a clear dismissal, and to Harry's surprise, Dumbledore accepted it without protest. He stood, looking once more at Harry with an expression that mixed sadness, concern, and something that might have been pride. Until tomorrow, then, he said. Harry. For what it's worth, I am sorry for any pain my decisions have caused you. I truly believed I was acting in your best interests. I know you thought you were, Harry replied, not quite ready to forgive. But from now on, I get to decide what my best interests are. After Dumbledore left, Harry collapsed into a chair, suddenly feeling the day's events catch up with him. That was intense. You handled it admirably, Morticia said, pride evident in her voice. Standing up to Albus Dumbledore is no small feat, he gave in too easily, Sirius said suspiciously. He must have another angle. Undoubtedly, Gomez agreed. Albus always has contingency plans. But for now, we've won the first battle. What now? Harry asked. Now, Morticia said with a smile, we prepare you to meet the Order of the Phoenix as Harry Potter Addams, heir to 2 ancient houses and no one's pawn. And that preparation starts with dinner, Grandmama announced, entering the room. I've made toad in the hole, with real toads. A celebration of Harry's liberation. Harry caught Sirius's alarmed look and stifled a laugh. Maybe just regular food for our guest, Grandmama. Sirius isn't used to Addams' cuisine yet. Nonsense, Grandmama cackled. How else will he build up a proper tolerance? But fine, I'll serve the toads on the side. As they moved toward the dining room, Wednesday fell into step beside Harry. Your aura's different, she observed. Cleaner. But there's something new there too. New? Harry asked. Like what? Something Addams, she replied with the faintest hint of a smile. The family magic is taking root. You might want to be careful at school. Careful how? Harry pressed. Things might respond to you differently now, she explained. Magical creatures. Potions. Certain types of spells. She paused. It should be entertaining to watch. Great, Harry muttered. Just what I need, more weirdness. Being normal is vastly overrated, Wednesday said seriously. Trust me, you're better off embracing your strangeness. People fear what they don't understand, and fear is power. With that cryptic advice, she glided ahead to take her place at the dinner table, leaving Harry to wonder just what kind of changes the combination of Potter and Addams' magic might bring. The next morning, Harry woke to find a raven perched on his bedpost, watching him with intelligent eyes. Hello, Harry said cautiously. You're not Noir, are you? The raven cawed softly and hopped closer, extending its leg to reveal a small roll of parchment. Harry untied it, recognizing Hermione's neat handwriting immediately. Harry, where are you? Everyone's going mad with worry. Dumbledore came back last night and said you're staying with some family called Addams. Ron and I have never heard of them. Are you all right? Are you being held against your will? Tap this letter once for yes, twice for no, and it will alert us immediately. Dumbledore says we'll see you today at headquarters. Please be careful, Harry. These people could be working for you-know-who. Love, Hermione P.S. This bird just appeared in my room this morning with a blank parchment. When I touched it, your name appeared, and I knew somehow it would take a message to you. Is that normal? Harry laughed. Only Hermione would encounter a magical messenger bird and worry about whether it was normal. He grabbed a quill from his bedside table. Hermione, I'm fine, better than fine, actually. The Addams family is my godmother's family. Yes, I have a godmother. No one ever told me. Morticia Addams was my mum's best friend, and she's been looking for me since my parents died. They're a bit unusual, but they're amazing. You'll see for yourself today. The bird is an Addams raven. They're magically connected to the family. This one seems to have decided to be your messenger specifically. The Addamses say that means he likes you. See you soon, Harry. P.S. Don't let Mrs. Weasley try to rescue me. I'm not being held captive, I promise. Harry rolled up the parchment and tied it to the raven's leg. Take this back to Hermione, please. The bird cawed once and took flight, disappearing through the open window. Harry wondered briefly how it had gotten into his room with the window closed, then remembered, this was Addams' manor. Normal rules rarely applied. He dressed in the new clothes that had appeared in his wardrobe, a mix of wizard and muggle styles with an Addams twist. Today he opted for black jeans, a dark green button-down shirt, and a lightweight black jacket with silver fastenings. The ensemble was completed by the Addams heir ring and a silver watch Gomez had given him yesterday, claiming it had belonged to a famous Addams chronomancer, who could manipulate time. When Harry arrived in the dining room, he found the family already assembled for breakfast. Pugsley was attempting to feed a strip of bacon to a carnivorous plant, Wednesday was reading a book titled Poisons of the Tudor Era, and Gomez was standing on his head beside the table for some reason. Morticia presided over it all with serene composure, sipping a dark red liquid that Harry hoped was wine. "Good morning, Harry," she greeted him. "Did you sleep well?" "Better than I have in years," Harry admitted, taking a seat. "No nightmares, no scar pain. Just, normal sleep." "Wonderful," Morticia said with a satisfied smile. "The effects of the soul fragment removal should continue to manifest in positive ways." "I already feel different," Harry said, loading his plate with eggs and toast. "More focused, I guess. Like there's been static in my head all my life, and now it's quiet." "That's your true magic asserting itself," Gomez declared, flipping upright in one smooth motion. "No longer competing with the intruder." "Are we still going to Grimmauld Place today?" Harry asked. "Yes, after breakfast," Morticia confirmed. "Sirius has gone ahead to prepare them for our arrival. I thought it best if we didn't all appear unannounced." "Good call," Harry agreed, imagining Mrs. Weasley's reaction to the entire Addams clan suddenly materializing in the kitchen of Grimmauld Place. "Only the core family will go," Morticia continued. "Myself, Gomez, Wednesday, Pugsley, and you. Grandmama has potions that need tending, and Uncle Fester is still experimenting with those underwater explosives." "Probably for the best," Harry said, having witnessed some of Fester's more enthusiastic demonstrations. "The order might not be ready for Uncle Fester." "Few people are," Wednesday commented without looking up from her book. "That's what makes him interesting." "How are we getting there?" Harry asked. "Another portkey?" "Flew," Gomez answered. "The connection was established early this morning. Had to get special clearance from the ministry, given the house's protected status." "You got the ministry to approve a fluke connection to a secret headquarters?" Harry asked, impressed. "Not exactly," Gomez said with a wink. "We got approval for a connection to the ancient and most noble House of Black. The fact that it happens to be Order headquarters is incidental. The ministry is remarkably uninterested in the activities of old pure-blood families," Morticia explained. "A convenient oversight we occasionally exploit." After breakfast, they gathered in the main hall before an enormous fireplace that Harry was certain hadn't been there yesterday. "The house adjusts to our needs," Morticia explained, noticing his confusion. "This fireplace connects directly to the Floo network when necessary, then seals itself off when not in use." "That's incredible magic," Harry said. "Hogwarts can change its staircases, but I've never seen a building completely reconfigure itself." "The manor has been absorbing magic for centuries," Gomez said proudly. "It's practically sentient at this point. Been in the family since 1347. 12 generations of Addamses have lived and died here," Wednesday added. "Sometimes they're still around." "You mean like ghosts?" Harry asked. "Sometimes," Wednesday replied enigmatically. "Other times, it's more complicated." Before Harry could ask what that meant, Morticia handed him a silver container of Floo powder. "You first, Harry. Say, the noble House of Black, clearly." Harry took a pinch of the powder, which glittered more brightly than any Floo powder he'd seen before. Stepping into the massive fireplace, he called out, "The noble House of Black," and threw down the powder. Green flames engulfed him, whirling him through the network. The journey seemed smoother than his previous Floo experiences, less ash, less dizziness. When he emerged, he managed to stay on his feet, stepping gracefully into the kitchen of Grimmauld Place. And directly into absolute chaos. "Can't just bring them here, Sirius. This is Order headquarters." Mrs. Weasley was shouting, her face nearly as red as her hair. "It's my house, Molly." Sirius roared back. "And they're Harry's family." "Harry doesn't have any family except those awful muggles," Mrs. Weasley retorted. "Actually, he does," Harry said, making his presence known. Everyone in the kitchen froze. Mrs. Weasley, Sirius, Remus, Tonks, and several Weasleys all turned to stare at him. There was a moment of stunned silence before Hermione broke from the group and threw herself at him. "Harry," she cried, hugging him fiercely. "We've been so worried." "Bloody hell, mate," Ron said, approaching more cautiously. "You look different." Before Harry could respond, the fireplace flared again, and Gomez stepped out, brushing non-existent soot from his pinstriped suit. He was followed moments later by Morticia, Wednesday, and finally Pugsley, who emerged clutching what looked suspiciously like a small explosive device until Morticia firmly removed it from his hands. The Order members stared at the new arrivals with expressions ranging from curiosity to outright alarm. Morticia, as always, was the most striking, her pale skin, floor-length black dress, and raven hair creating an immediate impression of elegant otherworldliness. Gomez, with his manic energy and slightly too wide grin, was hardly less attention-grabbing. Wednesday and Pugsley, standing silently beside their parents, completed the tableau of uncanny family unity. "Everyone," Harry said into the silence, "I'd like you to meet my family. This is Morticia Addams, my godmother, and her husband Gomez. And these are their children, Wednesday and Pugsley." "A pleasure to meet Harry's friends," Morticia said in her rich, melodious voice. "We've heard so much about you all." Mrs. Weasley seemed to recover her voice first. "Godmother?" "Harry, dear, what are you talking about? Sirius is your godfather, but you don't have a godmother." "Actually, I do," Harry replied firmly. "My parents appointed both Sirius and Morticia before they died. I just never knew about her because no one told me." He couldn't keep the note of accusation from his voice, and several Order members looked uncomfortable. "Perhaps we should all sit down," Remus suggested diplomatically. "This seems like a conversation that requires tea, at the very least." "Excellent idea, old man," Gomez exclaimed, clapping Remus on the shoulder. Tea and explanations, the civilized approach. As everyone found seats around the long kitchen table, Harry noticed Ron and Hermione studying his new family with intense curiosity. Hermione's expression was thoughtful, while Ron looked somewhere between fascinated and terrified, especially when Wednesday sat directly across from him and fixed him with her unwavering stare. "Morticia Addams," Remus said thoughtfully once everyone was seated. "I remember you now. You were at James and Lily's wedding. You brought that unusual plant as a gift, the one that tried to eat Peter." "A Venus wizard trap," Morticia confirmed with a slight smile. "A family hybrid. In retrospect, I wish it had succeeded." An uncomfortable silence followed this comment. "So, Harry," Mrs. Weasley said in a deliberately bright tone, "why don't you tell us how you encountered these people?" Harry bristled at her phrasing, but before he could respond, Morticia placed a gentle hand on his arm. "Perhaps I should explain," she said smoothly. "Lily Potter and I became friends when we were 9 years old. I was visiting relatives in Cokeworth when I witnessed Lily's first display of accidental magic. Unlike others, I recognized it for what it was and shared my own knowledge of the magical world with her." "You knew Lily before Hogwarts?" Hermione asked, fascinated. "Indeed," Morticia nodded. "We remained close throughout our school years, despite my attending Hogwarts for only 1 year as an exchange student. When Harry was born, Lily asked me to be his godmother alongside Sirius as godfather. We performed the old ritual," Sirius added. "Blood magic, binding both of us to Harry magically as well as legally. Dumbledore was there," Remus remembered suddenly. "He witnessed it. He never mentioned." "Albus had his reasons for keeping certain information private," Morticia said diplomatically, though Harry detected a hint of steel beneath her calm exterior. "Reasons we now understand, though we don't necessarily agree with them." "The point is," Harry interjected, "Morticia has been looking for me since my parents died. Dumbledore kept us apart, claiming it was for my protection, but really it was because he didn't approve of the Addams family's approach to magic." "What kind of approach?" Tonks asked curiously. "We don't recognize the artificial distinction between dark and light magic," Gomez answered cheerfully. And Addams believes magic is intent, not classification. The Order members exchanged alarmed glances at this proclamation. That doesn't mean we practice dark arts, Harry clarified quickly, seeing Mrs. Weasley's expression. It means they understand that magic itself isn't inherently good or evil, it's how you use it that matters. A refreshingly sensible perspective, came a silky voice from the doorway. Everyone turned to see Severus Snape standing there, his dark eyes taking in the scene with apparent disdain that didn't quite hide his surprise. Severus, Morticia greeted him. How lovely to see you again after all these years. Snape's normally impassive face showed a flicker of recognition. Morticia. I didn't expect to find you here. You know each other? Harry asked, surprised. Severus and I were both friends with your mother, though at different times, Morticia explained. We occasionally collaborated on experimental potions during my year at Hogwarts. Snape's lips thinned. Ancient history, he said dismissively. I came to inform you that the headmaster will be arriving shortly for the meeting. Excellent, Morticia said. We have much to discuss with him. Snape's eyes flicked to Harry, narrowing slightly as he took in the changes in the boy's appearance. Potter. You look different. It's Potter Addams now, actually, Harry corrected, unable to resist the small provocation. And yes, I am different. More than you know. Something like alarm flickered in Snape's eyes before he masked it. Without another word, he turned and left the kitchen, his robes billowing behind him. Well, that was cheerful, Ron muttered. Still a right git, isn't he? Ronald. Mrs. Weasley scolded. Severus carries many burdens, Morticia said thoughtfully. The greatest of which is his own regret. Before anyone could question this cryptic statement, the kitchen door opened again to admit Dumbledore, followed by several more Order members including Kingsley Shacklebolt and Mad-Eye Moody. Ah, the Addams family has arrived, Dumbledore said, his tone pleasant though his eyes remained serious. I trust everyone is getting acquainted. We were just explaining Harry's connection to our family, Morticia replied. Though perhaps we should also address the more significant developments. What developments? Moody growled suspiciously. Harry exchanged glances with Morticia, who nodded slightly. Yesterday, Harry began, the goblins at Gringotts removed a fragment of Voldemort's soul from my scar. The kitchen exploded into exclamations of shock and disbelief. Mrs. Weasley went pale, Remus looked horrified, and even Moody seemed stunned. That's not possible, Kingsley said firmly. Soul magic of that nature, is well understood by the Goblin Nation, Morticia interrupted smoothly. They've been handling such matters for centuries. The fragment is gone, destroyed, and Harry is now fully himself for the first time in his life. All eyes turned to Dumbledore, who sighed heavily. It's true. I confirmed it myself last night. Harry's scar no longer contains the connection it once did. You knew? Remus asked, his voice dangerously quiet. You knew Harry had a piece of Voldemort inside him all this time? I suspected, Dumbledore admitted. But until recently, I had found no safe method of removal that wouldn't risk Harry's own soul. The goblins managed it in an afternoon, Sirius said pointedly. Amazing what you can accomplish when you're willing to look beyond conventional magical boundaries. Tension filled the room as the implications sank in. Harry noticed Ron and Hermione staring at him with a mixture of horror and concern. I'm fine, he assured them quietly. Better than fine, actually. I can think more clearly, my magic feels stronger, and I haven't had a single nightmare since it was removed. But mate, Ron whispered, you had you-know-who in your head for years. That's horrifying, Hermione finished, looking close to tears. Oh, Harry. There's more, Harry said, deciding to get everything out at once. The goblins confirmed that Morticia is legally and magically my mother through the godparent blood bond. I've been recognized as a member of the Addams family while maintaining my Potter heritage. He held up his hand, showing the Addams heir ring. I'm Harry Potter Addams now." This announcement created another ripple of shock through the room. "This changes nothing about Harry's role in the coming conflict," Dumbledore said firmly. "The prophecy still stands." "What prophecy?" several voices asked at once. Dumbledore looked pained. "That is a matter for another time." "No," Harry said firmly. "No more secrets. If the prophecy concerns me and Voldemort, everyone fighting against him deserves to know." A tense silence fell as Dumbledore and Harry locked eyes in a battle of wills. To everyone's surprise, it was Dumbledore who looked away first. "Very well," the headmaster conceded. "The prophecy states that Harry has the power to vanquish the Dark Lord, power that Voldemort knows not, and that neither can live while the other survives." The Order members absorbed this information with varying degrees of shock and concern. "That's why you know who tried to kill Harry as a baby," Hermione realized. "And why he's still after him." "Precisely, Miss Granger," Dumbledore confirmed. "And why Harry's safety has always been my primary concern." "Yet you left a piece of Voldemort inside him for 14 years, Morticia pointed out. "One must wonder how that served his safety." The challenge hung in the air, unanswered. "What matters now," Gomez interjected, breaking the tension, "is that Harry is free of the fragment and ready to prepare properly for what lies ahead." "And he'll be doing that with us," Morticia added firmly. "At Addams Manor, not with the Dursleys." "Now wait just a minute," Mrs. Weasley began. "Harry belongs with his friends, with people who care about him. He could stay here at headquarters, or at the Burrow." "I appreciate that, Mrs. Weasley," Harry interrupted gently. "I really do. But the Addams Manor is the safest place for me right now. It has protections that go back centuries, and with the blood bond to Morticia, those protections recognize and shield me. Plus," Wednesday added in her monotone voice, "we have a dungeon for practicing defense, a greenhouse full of dangerous plants for potions ingredients, and a library with books banned by the Ministry since 1563. Ron's eyes widened. "Wicked," he breathed, earning him a sharp elbow from his mother. "Harry's friends are always welcome to visit," Morticia offered. "We have more than enough room, and Harry should maintain his important relationships." "That's very generous," Remus said cautiously. "But Harry also needs to continue his education at Hogwarts." "Of course," Morticia agreed. "We have no intention of keeping Harry from school. He'll return to Hogwarts in September as planned." With several new skills, Gomez added with enthusiasm. "I've been teaching the boy fencing. He's a natural with a blade, just like his father. And I've been instructing him in proper poisons," Wednesday said. "Non-lethal varieties, mostly," she added when she saw Mrs. Weasley's horrified expression. "The point is," Harry said, trying to redirect the conversation, "I've found a family who accepts me completely, who knew my parents, and who are helping me prepare for whatever comes next. I hope you can all be happy for me." His simple statement seemed to deflate much of the tension in the room. Mrs. Weasley's expression softened, and Remus nodded slowly. "If this is what you want, Harry," Hermione said, "then I'm happy for you. Though I still have about 1,000 questions about the Addams family." "Only 1,000?" Wednesday remarked dryly. "You're showing restraint." To Harry's surprise, Hermione actually laughed. "I like her," she told Harry. "Now that we've cleared the air," Dumbledore said, "perhaps we should proceed with the Order meeting. Harry, perhaps you and your friends would like to join the discussion," Harry finished firmly. "I'm directly involved in this war, Professor. I've faced Voldemort 4 times now. I deserve to know what's happening." "Harry is the heir to 2 ancient houses now," Morticia added. "In magical law, that grants him certain rights, including representation in matters concerning his safety." Dumbledore looked like he wanted to argue but seemed to realize he was fighting a losing battle. "Very well. Harry may stay. But I must insist that the other young people, if Harry stays, we stay," Ron said immediately, standing beside his friend. "Absolutely not. Mrs. Weasley exclaimed. You're underage. So is Harry, Hermione pointed out logically. Harry is a special case, Dumbledore countered. Because of the prophecy, Ginny spoke up from the corner where she'd been quietly observing. But we're his friends. We've stood by him all along. If he's going to fight, we will too. A heated debate ensued, with Mrs. Weasley adamantly opposing the inclusion of any underage wizards, while the teenagers argued just as passionately for their right to be involved. Throughout it all, Harry noticed, the Addams family watched with apparent interest, as if observing an entertaining sporting event. Finally, Morticia raised a hand, and somehow the simple gesture silenced the room. If I may suggest a compromise, she said smoothly. The young people might be permitted to hear general information, strategies, known Death Eater activities, protective measures, while more sensitive operational details could be reserved for full Order members. That could work, Mr. Weasley said thoughtfully, speaking up for the first time. Absolutely not, Mrs. Weasley insisted. They're children. They're soldiers, Wednesday said flatly. Whether you acknowledge it or not. Voldemort won't spare them because of their age. Her blunt assessment created an uncomfortable silence. My daughter has a point, Morticia said more diplomatically. These young people have already faced dangers most adults never will. Keeping them ignorant doesn't protect them, it only ensures they'll be unprepared when danger inevitably finds them. Mrs. Weasley looked to her husband for support, but Mr. Weasley shook his head slightly. Molly, I think we need to consider that the world has changed. After what happened at the Triwizard Tournament, these aren't ordinary times. Fine, Mrs. Weasley conceded, though she didn't look happy about it. But at the first mention of anything too dangerous, they leave. No arguments. With that settled, the meeting began in earnest. Harry listened intently as Order members reported on Death Eater movements, ministry obstruction, and recruitment efforts. Throughout it all, he was acutely aware of Morticia beside him, occasionally adding insightful comments or asking penetrating questions that revealed a sophisticated understanding of magical warfare. The Addamses, Harry realized, were not just eccentric, they were formidable. Gomez demonstrated unexpected knowledge of magical finance, pointing out ways to track Voldemort's supporters through Gringotts transactions. Wednesday made observations about poisons and antidotes that even Snape grudgingly acknowledged as correct. Even Pugsley contributed, describing how certain explosive compounds could be used to create wards that would specifically target those with the dark mark. By the meeting's end, the Order members' attitude toward the Addams family had shifted from suspicion to cautious respect. Even Mrs. Weasley seemed less hostile, though she still watched Wednesday with thinly veiled concern when the girl quietly explained to Ginny the most efficient way to sever a jugular vein. I think that concludes our business for today, Dumbledore finally announced. Harry, will you and the Addams family be staying for dinner? I'm sure Molly wouldn't mind setting a few extra places. Actually, Harry said, we should probably get back to the manor. But maybe Ron and Hermione could come with us. Just for the evening, he added quickly, seeing Mrs. Weasley's expression. I'd like to show them around, and they can flew back afterward. Mrs. Weasley looked ready to object, but Mr. Weasley placed a hand on her arm. I think that would be fine, as long as they're back by 10 o'clock. Perfect, Morticia said with a gracious nod. We'll ensure they return safely. As the meeting broke up, Ron and Hermione huddled close to Harry. Are you sure about this, mate? Ron whispered. No offense, but your new family is a bit intense. Harry supplied with a grin. Fascinating, Hermione corrected. I have so many questions about their magical practices. Wednesday mentioned books banned since the 1500s. Of course that's what you focused on, Ron muttered. Not the dungeon or the poisons or the fact that the little girl knows how to cut people's throats. She's actually my age, Harry pointed out. She just seems younger because she's so. Wednesday. That's not reassuring, Ron said, but he was smiling slightly. Seriously though, are you happy with them? They're treating you well. Better than anyone ever has, Harry said honestly. They're strange, yeah, but they're also kind in their own way. They've taught me more about my parents in a week than I learned in 14 years. And they actually prepare me for what's coming instead of trying to shield me from it. Hermione's expression softened. Then I'm happy for you, Harry. Truly. Me too, Ron agreed. Even if your new sister terrifies me. She has that effect on most people, Harry laughed. Come on, let me show you the manor. You won't believe the library, Hermione, it makes the Hogwarts restricted section look like a children's collection. As they prepared to leave, Harry caught Dumbledore watching him with an unreadable expression. The headmaster nodded once, a gesture that somehow conveyed both acknowledgement and warning. Harry returned the nod, understanding the unspoken message. This new arrangement would be tolerated, but not fully embraced. For now, that was enough. Harry had found his family, removed Voldemort's soul fragment, and begun to take control of his own destiny. Whatever challenges lay ahead, and he knew there would be many, he would face them as Harry Potter Addams, heir to 2 magical legacies and no one's weapon but his own. Chapter 3, The New Path. The last weeks of summer flew by in a blur of training, discovery, and preparation. Harry had never experienced anything like life at Addams Manor, where each day brought new lessons that would never appear in any Hogwarts curriculum. Gomez taught Harry fencing in the grand ballroom, wooden floors creaking beneath their feet as they lunged and parried. Magic starts in the body, my boy. He'd shout while executing a particularly complicated maneuver. Wizards forget this, become dependent on wands. An Addams is never defenseless, even disarmed. Morticia instructed Harry in wandless magic, small, subtle spells that required intense focus rather than raw power. Intent shapes reality, she explained while guiding his hand over a wilting rose, helping him coax it back to life without a wand. Your magic flows from your will, not your words. Wednesday proved to be a surprisingly effective tutor in potions, approaching the subject with a clinical precision that made Snape's method seem chaotic by comparison. Brewing is chemistry with intent, she said flatly while slicing ingredients with surgical accuracy. Most wizards add too much drama to the process. Even Pugsley contributed, teaching Harry how to create small magical diversions, harmless explosions, smoke screens, and flashbangs that could provide crucial moments of distraction in a fight. Sometimes you just need to make things go boom, he explained cheerfully while demonstrating a particularly colorful blast that temporarily turned his eyebrows purple. Grandmama shared ancient folk magic, spells passed down through generations of witches that predated formal magical education. Protection wards drawn in salt and blood, she cackled while guiding Harry's hand in strange patterns. Worked against the witch hunters in 1612, work against Death Eaters now. Uncle Fester, when not busy with his experiments, taught Harry to recognize and counter cursed objects. Lived with a curse for 25 years, he declared proudly. Makes you sensitive to the nasty ones. Through it all, Sirius remained at Harry's side, sometimes participating in the lessons, other times watching with a mixture of amusement and pride. Your father would have loved this, he told Harry one evening as they watched Gomez demonstrate how to throw knives blindfolded. He always said magical education was too narrow. Ron and Hermione visited regularly, gradually becoming more comfortable with the Addamses' eccentricities. Ron discovered a surprising affinity for Pugsley's explosives, while Hermione spent hours in the family library with Wednesday, emerging with excited discussions about magical theory that even Harry couldn't follow. The Addams approach to magic is fascinatingly holistic, Hermione explained one day, hands animated as she tried to convey her discoveries. They don't separate magical disciplines the way Hogwarts does. It's all connected, transfiguration flows into charms flows into potions. And they don't care about ministry restrictions, Ron added, looking both scandalized and impressed. Half the spells they've taught us would get us hauled before the Wisengamot. That's because the ministry classifications are largely arbitrary, Harry explained, repeating what Morticia had taught him. Magic isn't dark or light, it's how you use it that matters. The day before they were set to return to Hogwarts, Morticia called Harry into the ritual chamber. She stood alone beside the memory pool, more serious than he'd seen her in weeks. "Tomorrow you return to school," she said without preamble. "To a world that doesn't yet know Harry Potter Addams." "I'm ready," Harry said confidently. "You've made remarkable progress," Morticia acknowledged. "But Hogwarts presents unique challenges. The Ministry's interference through this Umbridge woman. Dumbledore's continued interest in your development. Your classmates' reactions to the changes in you." "I can handle it," Harry insisted. "I know you can," Morticia said with a small smile. "But I would like to offer you additional protection. Something more permanent than spells or amulets." She gestured to the memory pool. "The Addams family has maintained certain traditions throughout the centuries. One of these is the blood blessing." "What's that?" Harry asked. "A ritual that binds the family magic more deeply into your core," Morticia explained. "It would strengthen the qualities you've inherited through our blood bond, making them part of your essential nature rather than learned behaviors." Harry considered this. "What kind of qualities?" "Resistance to certain curses. Affinity for particular types of magic. Enhanced intuition regarding danger." Morticia paused. "And perhaps some more distinctive Addams traits." "Like what?" Harry asked, suddenly wary. "Nothing too dramatic," Morticia assured him. "Perhaps a touch of our family's natural affinity for the macabre. An ability to see beauty in darkness. Resistance to poisons, certainly. Longevity is common among Addamses." "And the downsides?" Harry asked, knowing there must be some. Morticia smiled approvingly at the question. "You're learning." "Yes, there are considerations. The ritual may change your magical signature slightly, enough that some spells might respond differently to you. Creatures sensitive to magical auras may react more strongly. And there may be cosmetic effects." "Like what?" Harry asked, immediately touching his face. "Nothing dramatic," Morticia reassured him. "Perhaps your eyes might become more intense. Your complexion a shade paler. Your hair a bit more willful." Harry snorted. "My hair is already completely willful. It does whatever it wants." "An early sign of Addams compatibility," Morticia said with a faint smile. "The decision is yours, Harry. The ritual is entirely optional. You are already family, regardless." Harry thought about the coming year, about facing Voldemort, Umbridge, and a ministry determined to discredit him. About returning to Hogwarts where he'd always been defined by others' expectations. "I'll do it," he decided. "What do I need to do?" Morticia's smile deepened. "Simply place your hand in the pool. The family magic will do the rest." Harry stepped forward and submerged his hand in the silvery liquid once more. This time, instead of showing him visions, the substance began to glow with a deep crimson light. It clung to his skin as he withdrew his hand, wrapping around his fingers like living threads before sinking beneath his skin. For a moment, nothing happened. Then heat surged through his veins, not painful, but intense. Harry gasped as magic coursed through him, ancient and primal. He felt it touch his core, intertwining with his own magic in a complex dance. The sensation peaked, then gradually subsided, leaving Harry breathless but energized. He felt different. More solid somehow, more grounded. As if parts of him that had been fluid were now crystallized into definite form. "How do you feel?" Morticia asked softly. "Stronger," Harry said honestly. "More, me, somehow." Morticia nodded, studying his face. "The ritual took well. You truly are an Addams." "What's changed?" Harry asked. "I don't feel that different." "Look," Morticia said, conjuring a full-length mirror. Harry examined his reflection. The changes were subtle but unmistakable. His green eyes seemed to glow from within, more vibrant than before. His skin had taken on the faintest Addams pallor, though nowhere near as dramatic as Morticia's moonlight complexion. His hair remained chaotically messy, but now had an almost deliberate quality to its disorder, with a subtle blue-black sheen in certain lights. Most notably, his lightning scar had faded further, now just a fine silver line barely visible against his skin. The family magic is helping your body reject the last remnants of the curse that created the scar, Morticia explained. It may never disappear completely, but it will continue to fade. I like it, Harry decided, examining his new appearance. It's still me, just more. That's the essence of the blood blessing, Morticia said. It doesn't change who you are, it simply helps you become more fully yourself. Will people notice? Harry asked. Some will, Morticia acknowledged. Those sensitive to magic will sense something different about you. Others will merely think you've grown up over the summer. Harry continued studying his reflection, noting other subtle changes, the way he stood straighter, the more deliberate quality to his movements, the hint of confidence in his posture that hadn't been there before. Thank you, he said finally. For everything. For finding me. For teaching me. For being my family. My dear Harry, Morticia said, touching his cheek gently. You were always family. We just needed to find each other. Platform 9 3/4 buzzed with the usual start-of-term excitement, but Harry noticed the differences immediately. Whispers followed him as he moved through the crowd, not the usual, boy who lived, murmurs, but something new. Students and parents alike did double takes, conversations pausing as he passed. It wasn't just his appearance, though that had certainly changed. It was how he moved, with the confident grace Gomez had drilled into him during fencing lessons. How he carried himself, straight-backed and calm, Morticia's poise evident in his bearing. The casual way he flicked his wrist, making his wand appear and disappear as Uncle Fester had taught him. And, of course, his escorts drew plenty of attention. The Addams family stood out dramatically against the backdrop of ordinary wizard families. Morticia's elegance, Gomez's vibrant energy, Wednesday's intense stillness, and Pugsley's barely contained excitement created an unmistakable impression. Everyone staring, Ron muttered beside him. Let them, Harry replied calmly. It doesn't matter. That's new, Hermione observed. You usually hate attention. I've learned to distinguish between things I can control and things I can't, Harry explained. People will always stare. What matters is why I give them reason to. Hermione raised her eyebrows, clearly impressed by this philosophical approach. Ahead of them, Draco Malfoy stood with his parents, his eyes widening as he spotted Harry. The blond boy nudged his father, who turned to look. Lucius Malfoy's face drained of color when he saw the Addams family. Interesting, Morticia murmured. The elder Malfoy recognizes us. Is that good or bad? Harry asked quietly. Useful, Morticia replied. Fear can be a tool when properly applied. As if summoned by their attention, Lucius Malfoy approached, his expression carefully neutral. Mr. Potter, he said coolly. I see you found new associates over the summer. Family, actually, Harry corrected. May I introduce Morticia Addams, my godmother, and her husband Gomez? Lucius' eyes narrowed fractionally. Addams, he repeated. A distinctive family. We like to think so, Gomez said cheerfully, extending his hand. After a moment's hesitation, Lucius shook it briefly. The Malfoys have their own distinguished history, of course. Though I believe our family archives contain some interesting accounts regarding Septimus Malfoy's activities in the 1700s that differ somewhat from the official record. Lucius stiffened. Ancient history has little relevance to the present day. On the contrary, Morticia said smoothly. The past shapes everything. Especially family debts and obligations. Something unspoken passed between the adults, a current of tension that Harry could feel but not fully understand. Lucius inclined his head stiffly. We must be going. Draco, come. He turned sharply, steering his son away. What was that about? Harry asked once they were out of earshot. The Addams family keeps extensive records, Morticia explained. Including certain transactions that some families would prefer remain forgotten. Let's just say the Malfoys may think twice before moving directly against you now. The warning whistle sounded, signaling it was time to board the train. Harry turned to his family, suddenly realizing this was goodbye until Christmas. I'll write every week, he promised. We'll expect it, Morticia said. And remember, the family ring is more than decoration. In true need, it will guide you to safety. And take this, Gomez added, pressing a small leather pouch into Harry's hand. Emergency supplies. Fester's contribution. Harry peeked inside to see an assortment of tiny devices that looked suspiciously like miniaturized versions of Uncle Fester's more controlled explosions. Are these legal to bring to school? Absolutely, Gomez said with complete confidence and a wink that suggested exactly the opposite. This is from me, Wednesday said, handing Harry a small black box. Inside was a silver pin shaped like a raven. It watches while you sleep. Alerts us if anyone tries to harm you. And this is from me. Pugsley exclaimed, thrusting forward what appeared to be a normal chocolate frog box. It's not going to explode, is it? Harry asked warily. Only if someone other than you tries to eat it, Pugsley confirmed happily. The final whistle blew, and Harry hugged each family member goodbye, lingering longest with Morticia. Thank you, he whispered. For everything. Remember who you are, she replied softly. Both Potter and Addams. Both light and shadow. The strength lies in the balance. With a final wave, Harry boarded the train, finding the compartment where Ron and Hermione were waiting. As the train pulled away, he watched the Addams family recede into the distance, a striking tableau of black against the colorful platform. They're really something, Ron said, following his gaze. In a terrifying sort of way. They grow on you, Harry replied with a smile. Like fungus. That's not reassuring, Hermione laughed, but her expression was warm. I'm glad you found them, Harry. You seem happier. I am, Harry agreed, settling into his seat. For the first time, I feel like I know who I am. Not just what everyone expects me to be. The compartment door slid open, revealing Neville and Luna. Both stopped short when they saw Harry. Wow, Harry, Neville said after a moment. You look different. You have rackspurts, Luna observed dreamily. But not the ordinary kind. These are ancient. Family rackspurts, passed down through generations. Harry laughed. I've missed you, Luna. And yes, I suppose you could say I've inherited some family traits over the summer. As they settled in for the journey, Harry found himself relaxed in a way he'd never been on previous trips to Hogwarts. The anxiety that had always accompanied him was gone, replaced by a calm confidence in his own abilities. Whatever this year brought, Umbridge, the Ministry, even Voldemort, he was ready. Not just as Harry Potter, the boy who lived, but as Harry Potter Addams, heir to 2 magical legacies and master of his own fate. The Great Hall hummed with conversation as students found their seats for the start-of-term feast. Harry walked between the tables with Ron and Hermione, acutely aware of the stares and whispers following him. Potter looks different, did you see his eyes? They're almost glowing. I heard he ran away from his relatives. My dad says he's lying about you-know-who. Harry let the comments wash over him, neither flinching nor reacting. Morticia had taught him that responding to every provocation was giving others power over his emotions. Acknowledge what deserves acknowledgement, she'd advised. The rest is merely noise. At the Gryffindor table, his housemates greeted him with varying degrees of warmth and curiosity. Seamus looked skeptical, Dean friendly but reserved, Neville openly welcoming, and the Weasley twins immediately interested in his transformation. Looking sharp, Harry, Fred commented. Very mysterious and brooding, George agreed. New fashion choice or magical makeover, they asked in unison. Little of both, Harry replied with a small smile. I spent the summer with my godmother's family. They had a unique influence. Addams, right? Fred said. Dad mentioned them after an order meeting. Said they made Dumbledore nervous, George added with obvious approval. Anyone who makes Dumbledore nervous is worth knowing, Fred concluded. Up at the staff table, Harry noted the teachers' reactions to his appearance. McGonagall's eyebrows rose slightly, her expression a mixture of surprise and assessment. Flitwick actually did a double take, nearly dropping his goblet. Snape's eyes narrowed, his gaze more calculating than usual. And beside Snape sat a new face, a woman dressed entirely in pink, with a toad-like face set in a falsely sweet smile. Umbridge, Harry presumed. She was staring at him with undisguised interest, her expression suggesting she'd found something particularly unpleasant but fascinating to study. Dumbledore's reaction was the most controlled, just a slight pause when his eyes met Harry's, then a small nod of acknowledgement. But Harry, with his newly enhanced perception, caught the flicker of concern in the headmaster's gaze. The sorting ceremony proceeded as usual, though Harry found his enhanced senses picking up details he might have missed before, the subtle magic of the sorting hat, the nervous energy radiating from the first years, the complex enchantment sustaining the floating candles overhead. When Dumbledore rose for his traditional welcome speech, Harry listened with new awareness, noting the careful phrasing when the headmaster mentioned troubled times, without directly referencing Voldemort's return. Then Umbridge interrupted, launching into her own speech, a first in Harry's experience at Hogwarts. While most students quickly lost interest in her simpering delivery and bureaucratic language, Harry listened intently, picking out the important points beneath the flowery rhetoric. The Ministry is interfering at Hogwarts, he whispered to Hermione. I know, she replied grimly. Progress for progress's sake must be discouraged, traditions must be maintained, all code for restricting changes and maintaining Ministry control. She's going to be trouble, Ron muttered. Yes, Harry agreed calmly. But so am I. When the feast concluded and they returned to Gryffindor Tower, Harry found himself surrounded by curious housemates in the common room, all eager to know about his summer and the changes in his appearance. Is it true you're living with some dark wizard family now? Seamus asked bluntly. The Addams family practices old magic, Harry corrected. Not dark magic. There's a difference. My gran says the Addamses were neutral in the last war, Neville offered unexpectedly. Wouldn't join either side, but helped victims from both. That's right, Harry confirmed, surprised and pleased by Neville's knowledge. They believe in family above politics. And you believe you know who is back? Seamus pressed, clearly skeptical. Harry met his gaze steadily. I don't just believe it, Seamus. I know it. I saw him. I fought him. I watched him murder Cedric Diggory. Something in Harry's tone, the absolute certainty, devoid of defensiveness or anger, seemed to give Seamus pause. My mum believes the prophet, he said, but with less conviction. The prophet prints what the Ministry tells it to print, Harry replied evenly. But each person must decide for themselves what truth they're willing to face. The conversation shifted as others asked about his summer, and Harry shared carefully edited stories about the Addamses. He described Gomez's fencing lessons, Morticia's expertise with unusual plants, and the ancient manor with its shifting architecture, deliberately omitting the more unsettling aspects of Addams' life that might reinforce dark wizard stereotypes. Later, as he prepared for bed in the dormitory, Ron gave him an approving nod. You handled that really well, mate. Last year you might have blown up at Seamus. Harry shrugged. Getting angry wouldn't change his mind. Actions will speak louder than words this year. That sounds ominously mature, Ron commented. Harry smiled as he placed Wednesday's raven pin on his nightstand and secured Pugsley's booby-trapped chocolate frog in his trunk. Let's just say I've gained some perspective. Harry's first direct confrontation with Umbridge came sooner than expected. During their initial defense against the dark arts class, her insistence on theoretical learning without practical application quickly tested his new resolve to remain calm. "There will be no need to talk," she said in her girlish voice after assigning them reading from the most basic defense text Harry had ever seen. Hermione's hand shot into the air almost immediately. After Umbridge deliberately ignored her for several minutes, she finally acknowledged her with obvious reluctance. "I've already read Chapter 1, Hermione stated. "Then proceed to Chapter 2, Umbridge replied with a condescending smile. "I've read the whole book," Hermione continued. "There's nothing about using defensive spells." "Using spells?" Umbridge gave a tinkling laugh. "Why, I can't imagine why you would need to use defensive spells in my classroom. You surely aren't expecting to be attacked during class." "We're not going to use magic," Ron exclaimed incredulously. "Students raise their hands when they wish to speak in my class," Umbridge admonished. Several hands rose into the air. Umbridge pointedly ignored Harry's. "But surely the whole point of defense against the dark arts is to practice defensive spells," Dean Thomas said when called upon. "Are you a ministry-trained educational expert, Mr. Thomas?" Umbridge asked with honeyed venom. "The ministry believes a carefully structured, theory-centered approach will be sufficient to prepare you for your examinations, which, after all, is what school is all about." "And how does theory prepare us for what's waiting out there?" Harry asked quietly, not bothering to raise his hand. The room fell silent. Umbridge slowly turned to face him, her expression a mixture of triumph and malice. "There is nothing waiting out there, Mr. Potter. Who do you imagine wants to attack children like yourself?" Let me think," Harry said, tapping his chin in mock contemplation. "Lord Voldemort, perhaps." The expected gasps echoed through the room. Umbridge, however, didn't flinch at the name. Instead, her smile widened. 10 points from Gryffindor, Mr. Potter. Now, let me make something quite plain. You have been told that a certain dark wizard has returned from the dead. He wasn't dead, Harry interrupted calmly, but he has returned. Mr. Potter, you have already lost your house. 10 points do not make matters worse for yourself, Umbridge said in one breath without looking at him. As I was saying, you have been informed that a certain dark wizard is at large once again. This is a lie. It is not a lie, Harry said, his voice remaining even. I saw him. I fought him. Minister Fudge's political agenda doesn't change facts. Umbridge's face tightened. Detention, Mr. Potter. Tomorrow evening, 5 o'clock, my office. She turned back to the class, her voice falsely bright. Now, let us return to the text, Professor, Harry interrupted once more, his tone still measured. A question about ministry policy, if I may. Something in his manner, perhaps the formal phrasing, or his unexpectedly composed demeanor, made Umbridge pause. Yes, Mr. Potter. I'm curious, does the ministry typically encourage educational approaches that leave students unprepared for their OWL examinations? The practical portion requires actual spell casting, yet your curriculum offers no practice. Umbridge's eyes narrowed. The ministry curriculum is perfectly adequate, for the written portion, certainly, Harry agreed reasonably. But Section 3, Paragraph 2 of the OWL examination guidelines specifically requires students to demonstrate practical defensive magic. I'm merely concerned about my classmates' success under the ministry's guidance. A stunned silence fell over the classroom. Hermione was staring at Harry with open-mouthed shock, clearly wondering how he knew such specific educational regulations. In truth, he'd learned it from Wednesday, who had insisted he memorize the exact examination requirements as potential leverage. Know the rules better than your opponents, she'd advised in her monotone voice. Then you can use them as weapons. Umbridge seemed momentarily flummoxed by Harry's knowledge of ministry regulations. The theoretical foundation will be sufficient, with respect, Professor, Harry continued, his voice the perfect balance of deference and concern. failing to prepare students adequately for ministry-mandated examinations could be seen as deliberate sabotage of educational standards. I'm sure that's not the ministry's intent, but it could be perceived that way by concerned parents. Whispers broke out across the classroom. Umbridge's face flushed an ugly shade of pink that clashed horribly with her cardigan. "Your concerns are noted, Mr. Potter," she said through gritted teeth. "However, ministry policy stands. And you still have detention for your earlier disruption in spreading malicious lies." "I understand," Harry said with a small nod. "Though I wasn't aware that expressing concern for educational standards constituted spreading lies. I'll be sure to clarify that when I write to my godmother this evening." "Your godmother?" Umbridge repeated, something uncertain flickering in her eyes. "Yes, Morticia Addams," Harry replied innocently. "She's taken a keen interest in my education since we reunited this summer. The Addams family has always been particular about proper magical instruction." Umbridge's reaction was subtle but unmistakable, a slight widening of the eyes, a momentary tightening of her pudgy fingers on her wand. She recognized the name, and it made her uneasy. "Your family connections are irrelevant in my classroom, Mr. Potter," she finally said, though with noticeably less venom. "Now, everyone return to your reading." Chapter 1. No more disruptions. As the class reluctantly returned to their books, Ron leaned over. "Bloody hell, mate," he whispered. "That was brilliant." "Just applying some Addams tactics," Harry murmured back. "Always know more about your opponent's rules than they expect you to." "But you still got detention," Hermione pointed out quietly. Harry shrugged slightly. "Some battles you fight to win. Others you fight to position yourself for the next battle." "When did you get so strategic?" Hermione asked, looking both impressed and slightly unnerved. "Wednesday's influence," Harry replied with a small smile. "She plays the long game." By dinner time, word of Harry's unexpectedly composed confrontation with Umbridge had spread throughout the school. The story grew with each retelling, until some younger students were claiming Harry had quoted the entire ministry educational code from memory while staring Umbridge down with glowing eyes. "You're different this year," Ginny commented as they ate. "More calculated." "Is that good or bad?" Harry asked. Ginny considered for a moment. "Good, I think. You're still fighting back, but you're smarter about it. Less reactive." "The Addams influence," Ron explained to the others. "They're scary brilliant." "Speaking of which," Hermione said, lowering her voice, "what are you going to do about detention tomorrow? I've heard rumors about Umbridge's methods." "Handle it," Harry said simply. "And document everything." "Document?" Hermione repeated. "Evidence is power," Harry explained, quoting Morticia. "Whatever she does, I'll make sure it's recorded properly." When Harry arrived for detention the following evening, he came prepared. Under his robes, he wore a thin layer of protective salve Grandmama had sent by express owl that morning after he'd written about his detention. "For blood quills and other nasties," her note had explained. "Won't stop the pain but prevent scarring and blood poisoning." He also carried a small crystal in his pocket, another Addams family tool, this one designed to record magical energy. Wednesday had insisted he take it to Hogwarts, just in case, explaining that it could provide evidence of magical attacks or unauthorized spells used against him. "Good evening, Mr. Potter," Umbridge greeted him with her wide, toad-like smile. Her office was horrifyingly pink, with ornamental plates featuring mewling kittens covering the walls. "Good evening, Professor," Harry replied politely. "You're going to be doing some lines for me," Umbridge said sweetly. "No, not with your quill," she added as Harry reached for his bag. "You're going to be using a rather special one of mine." She handed him a long, thin black quill with an unusually sharp point. "I want you to write, 'I must not tell lies.'" "How many times?" Harry asked, examining the quill with apparent innocence while recognizing it immediately as a blood quill, a restricted magical item Wednesday had shown him in one of the Addams family's darker artifacts books. Oh, as long as it takes for the message to sink in, Umbridge replied with a simpering smile. Off you go. Harry began writing. As expected, the words appeared on the parchment in shining red ink, while simultaneously being carved into the back of his hand. Thanks to Grandmama's salve, the cuts were shallow and less painful than they might have been, but he allowed himself to wince appropriately. Yes, it hurts, doesn't it? Umbridge observed with satisfaction. Perhaps now you'll think twice about spreading vicious lies. Harry continued writing in silence, allowing the crystal in his pocket to record the magical signature of the blood quill. After about an hour, Umbridge checked his hand, looking disappointed to find the wounds already healing. That will do for today, she said. Same time tomorrow evening. Yes, Professor, Harry replied evenly. Will you be using the blood quill again? Umbridge froze. I don't know what you're talking about. This, Harry said, holding up the quill. It's a blood quill. Class B restricted magical artifact, illegal for use outside specific legal documentation processes, and explicitly prohibited for use on minors under Educational Decree 197 from 1893. Umbridge's face paled, then flushed with anger. How dare you? I'm not objecting, Professor, Harry interrupted mildly. Just confirming. After all, I'll need to list the specific magical items used in my formal complaint to the Board of Governors. Complaint? Umbridge's voice rose an octave. There will be no complaints. Of course there will, Harry replied reasonably. Using blood quills on students is a serious breach of educational regulations. I'm sure it was just an oversight on your part, perhaps you were unaware of the restrictions. I'd hate for the ministry to be embarrassed by such a misunderstanding. Umbridge's eyes bulged. You insufferable, I should mention, Harry continued as if she hadn't spoken, that my godmother sits on the International Confederation of Wizards Committee for Educational Standards. She takes a particular interest in cases of unusual disciplinary methods. This was a complete fabrication. Morticia held no such position, but Harry had learned from Gomez that confidence sold a bluff better than any details. Get out, Umbridge hissed, her face now an alarming shade of purple. Get out. Harry placed the blood quill carefully on her desk. Same time tomorrow, then. Or would you prefer to reconsider the detention entirely? I'd be happy to demonstrate my theoretical understanding of defensive magic in a more conventional manner. For a moment, Harry thought Umbridge might actually explode from rage. Her wand hand twitched as if she longed to curse him. Instead, she took a deep, shuddering breath. The detention stands, she said through clenched teeth. But you will write lines with a normal quill. Your own quill. As you wish, Professor, Harry replied with a small bow. Good night. As he walked back to Gryffindor Tower, Harry allowed himself a small smile of satisfaction. The confrontation had gone exactly as Wednesday had predicted when he'd written to her about Umbridge. She'll try to hurt you physically, Wednesday had written back. It's what weak people with power do. Let her reveal her methods, document them, then use her own rules against her. The ministry loves rules above all else. Even corrupt officials fear procedural scandals. In the common room, Ron and Hermione were waiting anxiously. How was it? Hermione asked immediately. What did she make you do? Harry showed them his hand, where faint red marks were already fading thanks to Grandmama's salve. Blood quill, he said simply. That's illegal. Hermione gasped. We need to tell McGonagall immediately. Not yet, Harry said, settling into an armchair. I've already handled the immediate problem, she won't use it again. But now we have leverage. Leverage? Ron repeated, looking confused. Evidence of her breaking ministry regulations, Harry explained. Which means she'll be more cautious about how far she pushes things, at least with me. That's very calculating, Hermione said slowly. Slytherin, almost, Ron added, looking uncertain whether this was a compliment or criticism. Harry shrugged. The Sorting Hat wanted me in Slytherin originally. Maybe it saw something the Addamses helped bring out. What matters is that we need to protect ourselves and learn proper defense, regardless of what Umbridge teaches in class, Hermione said, steering the conversation back to practical matters. I've been thinking about that, Harry said. What if we started our own study group? Not just theoretical, but practical defense. Hermione's eyes lit up. That's brilliant, Harry. We could meet somewhere secret, teach ourselves what Umbridge won't. And you could teach us, Ron added enthusiastically. You know more real defense than anyone else in our year. Plus whatever the Addamses taught you over summer, Hermione said, then paused. Which reminds me, what exactly did they teach you? You've been different since you got back. More confident, more strategic. And your magic feels different, Ron added unexpectedly. When you cast spells and charms today, it was. I don't know, heavier somehow. Harry considered how much to reveal. They helped me remove the soul fragment from my scar, he began, deciding honesty was best with his closest friends. But they also performed a ritual that strengthened my connection to the Addams family magic. Sort of a blood adoption, I guess you could call it. Blood magic? Hermione gasped. Harry, that's neither dark nor light, Harry interrupted firmly. Just old. Very old. The Ministry classifies it as dark because they don't understand it and can't control it, not because it's harmful. What does it do? Ron asked pragmatically. Enhances certain traits. Resistance to some curses. Better magical focus. Harry shrugged. Mostly it just helps me be more, me. Without Voldemort's influence muddying things. Hermione still looked concerned, but nodded slowly. I've been researching the Addams family since meeting them. Their magical tradition predates most modern classifications. It's not dark in the sense of being evil, just different from what's taught now. Exactly, Harry said, relieved she understood. And now that I'm free of Voldemort's soul fragment, I can finally figure out who I really am. Not who Dumbledore wants me to be, or who the wizarding world thinks I should be. Just me, Harry Potter Addams. Well, I like this version of you, Ron declared loyally. Especially the part where you put Umbridge in her place without even raising your voice. Speaking of which, Hermione said, returning to their previous topic, about this defense group. Word spread quietly through trusted students, and soon the idea of a secret defense group gained momentum. Hermione arranged an initial meeting at the Hog's Head during the first Hogsmeade weekend, where a surprisingly large number of students from different houses gathered to hear Harry's proposal. The Ministry and Umbridge won't teach us what we need to know, Harry told the assembled group. Not just to pass our exams, but to protect ourselves in the real world. Because you know who is back, a Hufflepuff boy challenged skeptically. Yes, Harry said simply. But even if you don't believe that, there are still dark wizards out there. Death Eaters who were never caught. Magical creatures that can harm you. Situations where theoretical knowledge isn't enough. And you can teach us? Zacharias Smith asked doubtfully. I've faced more dark magic than anyone else in this room, Harry said without boasting. Not because I'm special or talented, but because circumstances forced me to. I've learned things the hard way that I can teach you the easy way. He fought off 100 Dementors with a single Patronus, Neville spoke up unexpectedly. He faced a basilisk with just a sword. He outflew a dragon. And he dueled you-know-who, Hermione added quietly. And survived. A murmur ran through the group. Even the skeptics looked impressed. I don't claim to be a teacher, Harry continued. But I know what works in real situations, not just in theory. And I've spent the summer learning even more from my godmother's family. The Addamses, someone whispered, and another ripple of interest moved through the crowd. Is it true they practice dark magic? A Ravenclaw girl asked. They practice old magic, Harry corrected. Magic that predates our current classifications. Some of which I'm willing to share, along with standard defensive spells. By the end of the meeting, nearly 30 students had signed Hermione's enchanted parchment, committing to what they decided to call Dumbledore's Army, a name Harry found ironic given his complex relationship with the headmaster, but didn't object to. As they left the Hog's Head, Harry noticed a familiar figure watching from across the street, Mundungus Fletcher, poorly disguised as a witch. The Order was still keeping tabs on him, then. He wondered if they'd report the meeting to Dumbledore. Probably. Phase 1 complete, he murmured to Ron and Hermione. You sound like you're plotting something, Hermione observed. Not plotting, Harry clarified. Preparing. There's a difference. For what, exactly? Ron asked. Harry's expression turned serious. For whatever comes next. Voldemort's been quiet too long. He's planning something, and when he moves, we need to be ready. The room of requirement proved the perfect location for DA meetings. Hidden, spacious, and magically equipped with whatever they needed, it allowed Harry to teach a growing group of students practical defense without ministry interference. What surprised everyone, including Harry himself, was how naturally teaching came to him. He discovered a talent for breaking down complex spells into manageable components, for spotting and correcting subtle mistakes in form, for encouraging students who lacked confidence. You're a good teacher, Hermione commented after a particularly successful session practicing the impediment jinx. Patient, clear, encouraging. I had good examples, Harry replied, thinking of how Morticia had taught him wandless magic, breaking each step down, demonstrating repeatedly, praising genuine effort regardless of initial results. As October turned to November, Harry noticed significant improvement in all the DA members. Neville, especially, thrived under Harry's guidance, his confidence growing with each successful spell. Luna's unconventional approach to magic often yielded surprising results, while Ginny's natural talent blossomed with proper instruction. Even the more skeptical members like Zacharias Smith grudgingly admitted that Harry knew what he was doing. The practical results spoke for themselves. Students who had struggled with defensive magic in previous years were now casting shield charms and stunning spells with growing precision. Harry gradually introduced elements of what he'd learned from the Addamses, not the more esoteric family magic, but practical techniques Gomez and Morticia had taught him. He showed them how to maintain focus under pressure, how to move efficiently in combat situations, how to combine spells for maximum effect. Where did you learn this? Terry Boot asked after Harry demonstrated how to cast while rolling to avoid incoming spells. This isn't in any defense book I've read. My godfather's husband, Harry explained. He was a dueling champion in his youth. He taught me that magical combat isn't just about spells, it's about movement, positioning, and timing. Your godmother's family sounds amazing, Ginny commented. Terrifying, but amazing. Harry smiled. That's a pretty accurate description of the Addamses. Between DA meetings, classes, and Quidditch practice, Harry maintained regular correspondence with his new family. Morticia's letters arrived by Raven, always written in her elegant hand with advice on magical theory and subtle political maneuvering with Umbridge. Gomez sent enthusiastic notes full of exclamation points and fencing tips, often including news about the wizarding financial markets that Harry found surprisingly useful. Wednesday's letters were brief and practical, usually containing specific suggestions for dealing with difficult professors or students. Umbridge fears public exposure more than private confrontation, she wrote after Harry described his ongoing tensions with the defense professor. Create situations where she must choose between her actual orders and public ministry policy. Pugsley mostly sent experimental magical devices with barely legible instructions. Some proved useful, like a modified extendable ear that could penetrate imperturbable charms. Others were more problematic, like the portable swamp that briefly flooded the fifth-year boys' dormitory until Harry managed to contain it. Uncle Fester contributed occasional bizarre suggestions for dealing with enemies. Have you considered trained bats? Very effective against bureaucrats, while Grandmama regularly sent packages of herbal remedies and protective salves disguised as ordinary sweets. Even Lurch sent a brief note, consisting entirely of, "Young Master. Be careful. Ministry watches." Most surprising were the dreams, vivid, detailed visions of Addams' manor that came to Harry several times a week. Unlike the painful nightmares he'd experienced when connected to Voldemort, these dreams left him feeling refreshed and centered. In them, he often walked the manor's ever-changing corridors, discovering rooms he'd never seen during his actual stay, conversing with portraits of Addamses from centuries past who offered cryptic advice. "It's the family magic," Morticia explained when he wrote to her about the dreams. "The manor reaches out to family members, especially those far from home. The Addamses have always been dreamwalkers." Harry didn't share these dreams with Ron and Hermione. Some aspects of his new family connection felt too personal, too sacred to explain to anyone who hadn't experienced the ancient magic themselves. What he did share were the practical benefits: improved concentration in classes, enhanced spell precision, and a growing resistance to minor curses and jinxes. During a DA session practicing stunning spells, Harry allowed himself to be hit repeatedly to demonstrate proper falling technique. To everyone's surprise, the spells seemed to affect him less each time. "It's like they're bouncing off," Dean Thomas commented in awe after his third stunner only made Harry stumble slightly. "Family trait," Harry explained with a small smile. "The Addamses have always been resilient." This resilience extended beyond magic. Harry found himself less affected by the ongoing slander campaign in the Daily Prophet, by Malfoy's increasingly desperate provocations, and by Umbridge's educational decrees restricting student activities. He observed these challenges with detached interest rather than the burning anger that would have consumed him in previous years. "You're creepily calm sometimes, mate," Ron observed one evening as they read about another ministry proclamation against Dumbledore. "Last year this would have had you shouting." "Anger is a tool," Harry replied, quoting Morticia. "Useful when deliberately employed, wasteful when it controls you." "See, that's the creepy part," Ron said, though his tone was more admiring than critical. "You sound like a 100-year-old wizard sometimes." "Just channeling my inner Addams," Harry replied with a slight smile. December brought snow, holiday preparations, and increasing pressure from Umbridge, who seemed determined to find and punish the now flourishing DA. Thanks to Hermione's enchanted galleons, members could communicate meeting times securely, and the Room of Requirement remained their sanctuary. The last DA meeting before Christmas break was particularly successful. Nearly everyone could produce at least a non-corporeal Patronus, and several students, including Hermione, Luna, and Ginny, had managed fully formed ones. Harry watched with satisfaction as silver animals bounded around the room, physical proof of how far they'd come. "You've done something amazing here," Hermione told him as they wrapped up the session. "Look at everyone, they're confident, prepared, united across houses." "We did it together," Harry corrected her. "I just showed them what I know." "You organized everything." As students filed out in small groups to avoid detection, Harry felt a sudden, sharp pain in his scar, the first since the goblin ritual months ago. He gasped, bracing himself against the wall as a flash of emotion not his own surged through him: triumph, excitement, anticipation. "Harry?" Hermione asked anxiously. "What's wrong?" "Voldemort," Harry managed through gritted teeth. "He's happy. Really happy. Something's happened." The pain faded as quickly as it had come, leaving Harry shaken but clear-headed. The connection was much weaker than before, a faint echo rather than the overwhelming invasion he'd experienced in the past. "I thought that connection was gone," Ron said worriedly. "Mostly gone," Harry corrected. "The soul fragment is destroyed, but there's still some kind of link. Much weaker, but still there when his emotions are particularly strong." "Should you tell Dumbledore?" Hermione asked. Harry considered this. His relationship with the headmaster remained complicated. Dumbledore had kept his distance this term, rarely speaking directly to Harry except in class, though Harry occasionally caught the old wizard watching him with an unreadable expression. "No," he decided finally. "But I will write to Morticia. The Addams library might have information about magical connections that persist after soul magic is removed. That night, Harry sent a detailed letter to Addams Manor describing the brief connection and requesting advice. The response came the very next morning, not from Morticia, but from Wednesday, her precise handwriting covering several pages of parchment. Soul connections can echo even after severance, she wrote. Like phantom limb pain. The stronger the original connection, the more likely residual links remain. This isn't necessarily dangerous but should be monitored. Record every incident, time, duration, emotions transmitted. A pattern may emerge. She included instructions for a meditation technique designed to fortify mental boundaries, along with a small vial of dark liquid labeled, Dreamless Sleep, Addams Formula. No addiction risk. Limited to 3 uses. Harry followed Wednesday's advice, documenting the brief flashes of foreign emotion that occasionally broke through. They were rare, just 2 more instances before Christmas break, and always fleeting, gone before he could glean any specific information beyond Voldemort's emotional state. The meditation technique proved remarkably effective, allowing Harry to recognize and block the alien feelings more quickly each time. He practiced nightly, building mental barriers that felt like extensions of the Addams family magic, darker and more primal than conventional occlumency, rooted in blood and bone rather than logic and will. As the final day of term approached, Harry found himself looking forward to Christmas at Addams Manor with an intensity that surprised him. In just a few months, the Addamses had become more family to him than the Dursleys had in 14 years. The night before departure, however, brought an unexpected crisis. Harry woke from a nightmare, gasping and drenched in sweat. Not an Addams dreamwalk this time, but a vision of Arthur Weasley being attacked by a massive snake in a corridor Harry recognized as leading to the Department of Mysteries. The vision had a different quality than his previous connections to Voldemort, more immediate, more visceral. Harry had not merely observed, he had somehow been the snake, felt the thrill of the attack through its consciousness. "Ron," he shouted, shaking his friend awake. "Your dad, he's been attacked. We need to find McGonagall. Now." What followed was a blur of activity, McGonagall escorting them to Dumbledore's office, Harry describing the vision in detail, Dumbledore dispatching portraits to raise the alarm, and finally confirmation that Arthur had indeed been found, grievously injured but alive. Throughout it all, Harry noticed Dumbledore's careful distance. The headmaster asked questions, gave orders, coordinated the response, all without once making direct eye contact with Harry. "Professor," Harry said finally, as they waited for news from St. Mungo's. "There's something you should know. I didn't just see the attack. I was the snake. I felt what it felt." Dumbledore went very still. "You're certain?" "Yes," Harry confirmed. "It was different from the emotional flashes I've experienced before. More immersive." Dumbledore finally looked at him, his blue eyes troubled. "I feared this might happen. The connection between you and Voldemort has changed since the goblins removed the soul fragment, but it hasn't disappeared entirely. Why would I experience the attack through the snake?" Harry pressed. "Nagini is no ordinary snake," Dumbledore said after a pause. "She has a special connection to Voldemort. One that may interact uniquely with your residual link to him." Harry sensed there was more the headmaster wasn't saying, but before he could push further, Professor McGonagall returned with news that the Weasley children and Harry would be transported to Grimmauld Place immediately, where they would await updates on Arthur's condition. As they prepared to leave, Dumbledore finally addressed Harry directly. "Harry, I must ask you to practice clearing your mind each night before sleep. The connection between you and Voldemort is dangerous, potentially to both of you. What began as a window may become a door." "I've been practicing mental barriers," Harry told him. "The Addams family taught me techniques." Something flashed in Dumbledore's eyes, concern, perhaps, or disapproval. "Their methods are unconventional. I had planned to arrange occlumency lessons for you with Professor Snape after the holiday." "That won't be necessary," Harry said firmly. "The Addams techniques are working well. I can recognize and block most intrusions now. Most is not all, Dumbledore countered. Tonight's vision penetrated your defenses completely. Then I'll strengthen them, Harry replied. But I'd prefer to continue with methods I know work for me. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment. You've changed, Harry. In ways I'm not certain are entirely beneficial. I've become more myself, Harry corrected. Without Voldemort's soul influencing me. Isn't that what you wanted? What I wanted, Dumbledore said quietly, was to protect you. From Voldemort, yes, but also from certain kinds of magic that leave marks on the soul. The Addams family magic isn't dark, Harry said, keeping his voice even with effort. It's ancient. Different. But not evil. The line between ancient and dark is not always clear, Dumbledore replied. But we can discuss this another time. For now, go to Sirius. Support the Weasleys. We will speak after the holiday. Christmas at Grimmauld Place was a subdued affair. Though Arthur Weasley was recovering well at St. Mungo's, the circumstances of his injury cast a pall over the festivities. Harry found himself torn between supporting his friends and longing for the Addams manor, where he'd planned to spend the holidays. Sirius did his best to create a cheerful atmosphere, decorating the gloomy house with garlands and magical lights. The Order members who filtered through kept spirits reasonably high with updates on Arthur's improving condition and assurances that the weapon Voldemort sought, whatever it was, remained secure. Harry wrote to Morticia explaining the situation, and received an understanding response the next day. Family obligations must come first, she wrote. The Weasleys need you now. We will celebrate when you return to the manor at term's end. She also sent Christmas gifts for everyone at Grimmauld Place, elegantly wrapped packages containing items both beautiful and slightly unsettling. Sirius received an ancient bottle of brandy that glowed faintly in darkness. Remus got a set of silver-handled tools that somehow didn't trigger his werewolf aversion to silver. The Weasleys each received personalized gifts that somehow perfectly matched their personalities, a rare plant guide for Neville, an enchanted quill for Hermione that could transcribe thoughts directly to parchment, and for Ron, a chess set with pieces carved from black volcanic stone that whispered strategic advice in cryptic riddles. For Harry, there was a small wooden box containing what appeared to be an ordinary silver pocket watch. A note in Morticia's elegant script explained, a timekeeper for troubled times. When opened in true need, it shows not the hour, but the path. Harry wasn't entirely sure what this meant, but he recognized the watch as a valuable magical artifact. He kept it with him constantly, taking comfort in its subtle weight in his pocket. On Christmas Day, as they prepared to visit Arthur at St. Mungo's, Harry experienced another flash of connection with Voldemort, the strongest since the snake vision. This time, he was better prepared, immediately employing the Addams meditation technique to block the foreign emotions. Still, he caught enough to be troubled. Voldemort was planning something involving the Department of Mysteries and whatever weapon was hidden there. You should tell someone, Hermione urged when Harry shared his concerns. Dumbledore, or at least Sirius. And say what? Harry countered. That I had another vague emotional impression. They already know Voldemort wants whatever's in the Department of Mysteries. I don't have any new information. But your connection is under control, Harry insisted. The Addams techniques are working. I blocked him out much faster this time. Hermione looked unconvinced but didn't press further. Their visit to St. Mungo's provided a welcome distraction, with Arthur in good spirits despite his serious injuries. The unexpected and heartbreaking encounter with Neville's parents and Professor Lockhart was a stark reminder of the lasting damage magical warfare could inflict. On the way out, they encountered Snape, arriving to deliver potions. The potions master's eyes lingered on Harry, his expression calculating. Potter, he said curtly. The headmaster wishes me to inform you that occlumency lessons will begin the first week of term, regardless of your alternative training. I've already told Professor Dumbledore that won't be necessary, Harry replied evenly. It is not optional, Snape countered. Monday evening, 6 o'clock, my office. Before Harry could argue further, Snape swept away in a billow of black robes. Why is Dumbledore so insistent about these lessons? Ron asked as they continued toward the exit. You said the Addams techniques are working. I think he's concerned about the specific methods I'm using, Harry explained. The Addams approach to mental protection is different from conventional occlumency. It draws on family magic, blood connections. And Dumbledore doesn't trust anything that isn't standard ministry-approved magic, Hermione concluded with uncharacteristic criticism. Exactly, Harry nodded. Though he'd never admitted that directly. The return to Hogwarts brought new challenges. Umbridge, emboldened by additional ministry support, implemented Educational Decree No. 26, banning teachers from giving students information unrelated to their subjects. The transparent attempt to prevent staff from discussing Voldemort's return only drove resistance further underground. The DA meetings resumed with renewed purpose, students working harder than ever now that OWLs approached. Harry expanded the curriculum to include more advanced defensive magic, gradually incorporating elements of what the Addamses had taught him about combining spells and using the environment in combat situations. He also reluctantly attended the first occlumency session with Snape, though he had no intention of abandoning the Addams techniques that had proven effective. The headmaster has asked me to teach you occlumency, Snape began without preamble when Harry arrived at his office. I don't know why he thinks you capable of mastering such a subtle art, but we will attempt it nonetheless. With respect, Professor, Harry said, maintaining a calm demeanor that seemed to irritate Snape, I've already been practicing mental protection techniques. They're proving effective at blocking most intrusions. Your Addams family methods, I presume. Snape sneered. Ancient blood magic is not reliable protection against the Dark Lord's legitimacy. It blocked him effectively during our last connection, Harry countered. The techniques focus on creating boundaries using familial magical signatures rather than emptying the mind. Something flickered in Snape's expression, surprise, perhaps, at Harry's technical understanding. The headmaster insists you learn proper occlumency, he said after a moment. Your alternative methods may complement that training, but they cannot replace it. What followed was an hour of misery as Snape repeatedly invaded Harry's mind with brutal legitimacy attacks. Harry attempted to employ both the Addams techniques and Snape's instructions to empty his mind, with limited success. The Addams method worked better, creating shadowy barriers that Snape had to fight through, but the professor's relentless assaults eventually broke through. Pathetic, Snape declared after viewing a particularly humiliating memory of Harry being chased up a tree by Aunt Marge's dog. You're not even trying to empty your mind. The Addams technique doesn't work that way, Harry explained, breathing heavily from the mental exertion. It's about creating boundaries using family magical signatures, not emptying thoughts. And yet I broke through easily, Snape pointed out. Because you're physically present and targeting me directly, Harry countered. The techniques are most effective against distant mental intrusions, like my connection with Voldemort. Snape flinched at the name. Do not speak the Dark Lord's name, he hissed. Fear of a name increases fear of the thing itself, Harry replied automatically, quoting Dumbledore from years ago. Snape's eyes narrowed. Your arrogance continues to blind you to reality, Potter. The Dark Lord is not some bogeyman to dismiss with Dumbledore's platitudes. He is the most accomplished legilimens of our age. Your amateur mental barriers will crumble before his power. Then teach me to strengthen them, Harry challenged. Instead of trying to make me abandon techniques that already work in favor of your method that clearly doesn't suit me. For a moment, Harry thought Snape might explode with anger. Instead, the professor studied him with calculating eyes. Your mother was talented at mental magic, he said unexpectedly. She developed her own approach to occlumency, not conventional, but effective. The mention of his mother caught Harry off guard. Snape never voluntarily spoke about Lily. What approach did she use? Harry asked cautiously. She visualized a complex potion brewing process, Snape said, his voice taking on a distant quality. Each ingredient, each step, in perfect detail. The focus required left no room for intrusion, while the flowing nature of the process prevented the rigid thinking that makes minds vulnerable. That sounds more useful than just trying to empty my mind, Harry said honestly. Snape seemed to remember himself, his expression closing off. Your mother was exceptionally talented. You have yet to demonstrate comparable ability. I'd like to try her method, Harry persisted. Combined with the Addams techniques, it might be more effective than either approach alone. Snape looked as if he wanted to refuse on principle, but finally gave a curt nod. Very well. For next session, practice visualizing a complex, multi-step process you know intimately. Quidditch strategies, perhaps, since academics seem beyond your capabilities. Harry ignored the barb. Thank you, Professor. Dismissed, Snape said shortly. And Potter, practice. The headmaster believes your mental connection to the Dark Lord poses significant danger. For once, I agree with him. January faded into February, bringing increasingly frantic OWL preparation alongside the ongoing DA meetings and Harry's private mental defense practice. He found that combining the Addams boundary techniques with his mother's process visualization created stronger protection than either method alone. He visualized brewing the complex protection potion Morticia had taught him, with its precise timing and intricate stirring patterns. The familiar process created a mental flow state that made it harder for intrusions to find purchase, while the Addams boundaries provided a first line of defense against external probing. Even Snape grudgingly acknowledged improvement during their weekly sessions, though he continued to break through occasionally. What mattered more to Harry was that his connection with Voldemort remained contained, just occasional emotional flickers that he could now block almost immediately. The DA continued to flourish despite Umbridge's increasingly desperate attempts to discover and shut down the group. Harry expanded the curriculum further, teaching not just defensive spells but combat movement, environmental awareness, and even basic magical first aid. Where did you learn all this? Neville asked after Harry demonstrated how to maintain a shield charm while simultaneously casting offensive spells, a technique Gomez had taught him. My godfather's husband, Harry explained. He was a dueling champion in his youth. Your new family is brilliant, Neville said with genuine admiration. I wish my Gran could meet them. She's always saying we need to return to the old ways of magic. The comment gave Harry an idea, one he discussed with Hermione and Ron that evening in the common room. What if we expanded the DA's focus, he suggested. Not just defense against dark arts, but a broader approach to magic. Things the Addamses taught me about how different magical disciplines connect. Like what? Ron asked. Like how transfiguration principles can improve charm work, or how potions and herbology complement each other, Harry explained. The Addamses don't separate magical subjects the way Hogwarts does. They see magic as a unified whole. That's actually how magic was taught centuries ago, Hermione said, looking excited. Before the Ministry standardized education. I've read about it. Apprentices learned holistic approaches rather than compartmentalized subjects. Exactly, Harry nodded. The DA could become more than just defense practice. It could be a place to explore magic the way it was meant to be learned. The idea gained traction quickly. In subsequent meetings, Harry began integrating cross-disciplinary approaches, showing how defensive magic connected to charms, transfiguration, and even potions. Students from different houses contributed their strengths, Ravenclaws sharing theoretical knowledge, Hufflepuffs demonstrating practical applications, even the few Slytherins who joined offering insights from their family traditions. The expanded focus energized the group, creating a collaborative learning environment unlike anything in their regular classes. Even Hermione, who usually prioritized official curriculum, found herself eagerly exploring magical connections that textbooks never mentioned. This is how education should be, she declared after a particularly successful session combining shield charms with transfigured environmental barriers. Integrated, practical, collaborative. The Addams approach, Harry agreed with a smile. Magic isn't meant to be divided into neat categories. It's all connected. The peaceful progress couldn't last. In early March, disaster struck when Umbridge discovered the DA through Marietta Edgecombe's betrayal. The consequences came swiftly, Dumbledore taking responsibility to protect the students and fleeing the school, Umbridge being appointed headmistress, and the implementation of the Inquisitorial Squad to enforce increasingly draconian rules. Through it all, Harry maintained his newfound composure, neither lashing out in anger nor retreating in defeat. Instead, he calmly assessed the situation, consulted with his friends, and wrote to the Addamses for advice. Their responses came quickly. Morticia's letter was practical and strategic. Educational tyranny always overreaches. Document everything. Create situations where Umbridge must choose between ministry policy and her personal vendetta. The contradiction will eventually force error. Gomez suggested more direct action. Educational rebellion has a proud tradition. Did I ever tell you about the Great Durmstrang Uprising of 1897? Started with enchanted gargoyles in the headmaster's quarters. Wednesday's advice was characteristically blunt. Umbridge fears public humiliation above all else. Arrange for her to demonstrate her incompetence publicly. Preferably with ministry witnesses present. Harry synthesized their suggestions into a new approach. Rather than attempting to revive the DA immediately, he focused on exposing Umbridge's educational deficiencies while continuing to practice defensive magic in smaller, less detectable groups. He arranged for fifth-year students to send polite, formal inquiries to the ministry's educational office regarding OWL preparation, citing specific examination requirements that Umbridge's curriculum failed to address. He encouraged parents to write similar letters, using Ron's connection to Arthur and Hermione's to her own parents to spread the word. Meanwhile, Fred and George Weasley launched their spectacular campaign of magical disruption, with anonymous financial backing that Harry neither confirmed nor denied providing from his trust vault. Their portable swamps, wildfire whizbangs, and other inventive pranks created constant chaos that highlighted Umbridge's inability to maintain order even with her expanded powers. Harry himself adopted a strategy of perfect, malicious compliance with Umbridge's rules, following every directive to the letter while exposing their absurdity. When she banned student gatherings, he began studying alone in highly visible locations, inspiring others to do the same until the entire student body appeared to be engaged in silent, individual activities that somehow still conveyed unified resistance. When she prohibited discussion of practical defense, he submitted essays that consisted entirely of quotes from ministry-approved textbooks, carefully selected to highlight their contradictions and inadequacies. His bland, innocent responses to her increasingly frustrated criticism drove her to distraction without giving her grounds for punishment. "You're driving her mad," Ron observed with admiration after a particularly tense defense class where Harry had responded to every question with verbatim quotes from the textbook, complete with page references. "Controlled opposition," Harry explained quietly. "Another Addams tactic. Never fight power directly when you can make it defeat itself." Through it all, Harry maintained his private mental defense practice, combining the Addams boundaries with his mother's visualization technique. The connection with Voldemort remained contained, reduced to occasional emotional flickers that he could now block almost immediately. Until the night everything changed. Harry woke gasping from a vision more powerful than any since Arthur's attack. He saw Sirius being tortured by Voldemort in the Department of Mysteries, the Dark Wizard demanding information about something Sirius refused to reveal. The vision had bypassed all his mental defenses, slamming into his consciousness with devastating clarity. Harry sat up in bed, heart racing, instinctively reaching for the Addams pocket watch. When he opened it, instead of clock hands, he saw a swirling mist that gradually formed an image, Sirius at Grimmauld Place, sleeping peacefully. "Path, not time," Harry whispered, remembering Morticia's note. The watch showed truth, not deception. The vision had been false, a plant, a lure designed to draw him to the Department of Mysteries. Which meant Voldemort had discovered their connection and was actively exploiting it. Harry closed his eyes, employing the combined Addams-Evans mental defense techniques with greater intensity than ever before. He visualized not just brewing the protection potion, but the entire Addams ritual chamber, the family magic flowing through his veins, the boundaries between his mind and external influences solidifying into impenetrable barriers. When he opened his eyes, his mind felt clearer, more protected than ever. He checked the watch again. Sirius remained safely at Grimmauld Place. Rather than waking Ron, Harry made his way to the common room to think. The situation was dangerous. Voldemort was actively targeting him now, trying to lure him into a trap. But the false vision also revealed something crucial. Whatever Voldemort sought in the Department of Mysteries, he couldn't retrieve it himself. He needed Harry there. Which meant Harry had leverage. Dawn was breaking when Harry finally reached a decision. He wrote 4 letters, one to Morticia explaining the vision and his plan, one to Sirius confirming his safety and requesting order support, one to Hermione with specific instructions, and one to Dumbledore that he left sealed with the note, "Open only if I don't return by midnight." At breakfast, he quietly informed Ron and Hermione about the false vision and what it meant. "Voldemort is trying to lure me to the Department of Mysteries," he explained in hushed tones. "He's after something there that he can't get himself." The weapon the Order's been guarding, Ron realized. "Probably," Harry agreed. "And he thinks he can trick me into retrieving it for him." "We need to tell someone," Hermione insisted. "McGonagall, or, I've already sent messages to Sirius and the Order," Harry assured her. "But I think we need to consider something else. This might be an opportunity." "An opportunity?" Hermione repeated incredulously. "To do what?" "To set our own trap," Harry said. "Voldemort's been hiding since his return, working from the shadows. The Ministry still denies he's back. What if we could force him into the open?" "You want to use his trap against him," Ron said slowly, beginning to understand. "Not alone," Harry clarified. "With Order support, prepared and on our terms. Voldemort expects me to rush headlong into danger. He doesn't expect a coordinated response." Hermione looked horrified. "That's incredibly dangerous, Harry. Even with planning, more dangerous than letting Voldemort continue operating in secret." Harry countered. "The longer he remains hidden, the stronger he becomes. The Ministry won't act until they're forced to acknowledge his return." "And you think you can force that acknowledgement?" Hermione asked skeptically. "With help," Harry nodded. "The right people in the right place at the right time." He outlined his plan, not to avoid Voldemort's trap entirely, but to spring it under controlled conditions with Order members prepared to intervene. The goal wasn't to confront Voldemort directly, but to force him to reveal himself publicly, ideally with Ministry witnesses present. "This is mental," Ron declared when Harry finished. "Brilliant, maybe, but absolutely mental." "It's what my family would do," Harry said simply. "The Addamses don't run from threats. They transform them into opportunities." Hermione still looked unconvinced. "And if the Order refuses to help? If they insist you stay safely at Hogwarts?" "Then we adapt," Harry replied. "But I think they'll see the strategic value. Dumbledore's been trying to convince the Ministry for a year. This could end the denial in a single night." Throughout the day, Harry continued normal classes, maintaining his composure despite the weight of his decision. In potions, he caught Snape watching him with unusual intensity, as if sensing something had changed. In Transfiguration, McGonagall seemed similarly concerned, holding him back after class to ask if he was feeling well. "Just OWL stress, Professor," he assured her with a calm smile that clearly didn't convince her. By dinner, responses had arrived from both Sirius and Morticia. Sirius confirmed he was safely at Grimmauld Place but expressed serious reservations about Harry's plan, urging him to wait for Dumbledore's return before taking any action. Morticia's response was more nuanced. "My dear Harry, your insight regarding the false vision shows how far your mental defenses have progressed. The pocket watch has served its purpose well. Your proposed strategy has merit, but requires refinement. Voldemort anticipates your Gryffindor tendencies, impulsive bravery, direct confrontation. The Addams approach would be more indirect. Consider, What does Voldemort truly want from the Department of Mysteries? Not merely your presence, but something specific you can provide. Identify this, and you control the encounter. If you proceed, do not go alone. Not just friends, but family. Blood calls to blood in times of greatest need. We are making preparations. The family stands ready. With love and pride, Mother. The final word, Mother, rather than Morticia's usual signature, struck Harry deeply. This wasn't just tactical advice, it was a promise of support from his newfound family. That evening, as Harry finalized preparations with Ron and Hermione, an unexpected ally appeared. Luna Lovegood approached them in the library, her dreamy expression belying the directness of her words. "You're planning something dangerous," she said without preamble. "Something to do with the Department of Mysteries." Harry exchanged startled looks with Ron and Hermione. "How did you? The Nargles are very active around you today," Luna explained seriously. "They always cluster around people making life-changing decisions. Plus, you've been writing letters all day and checking that pocket watch every few minutes." Despite the gravity of the situation, Harry couldn't help smiling. Luna's perceptiveness consistently surprised him. "Yes, we're planning something. But it's complicated and dangerous." "I want to help," Luna said simply. "My father says the Department of Mysteries houses evidence of many things the Ministry denies. Including heliopaths. This isn't about exposing conspiracy theories, Luna," Hermione began impatiently. "It's about forcing Voldemort into the open," Luna finished calmly. "I know. The Quibbler would be happy to publish whatever happens, by the way. Ministry control doesn't extend to independent publications." Harry stared at her. Luna's apparent disconnect from reality often made it easy to forget her intelligence and courage. "We could use your help," he decided. "And Neville's too, if he's willing." "He will be," Luna said confidently. "He has even more Nargles than you do lately." With Luna's addition to their planning, the pieces began falling into place. Harry received confirmation from Order members that they would position themselves near the Department of Mysteries, invisible but ready to intervene. The trap would be sprung, but on their terms, not Voldemort's. On the night of the planned operation, Harry met with his core group, Ron, Hermione, Neville, Luna, and Ginny, who had refused to be left behind, in the room of requirement. He explained the full plan, including the risks. "This isn't a DA mission," he emphasized. "It's much more dangerous. Voldemort and likely Death Eaters will be involved. The Order will be there to protect us, but things could still go wrong. Anyone who wants to back out should do so now, without shame." No one moved. "Then let's go over it one more time," Harry said, spreading a rough map of the Department of Mysteries based on his visions. "Our goal isn't to fight unless necessary. It's to lure Voldemort into revealing himself with witnesses present." "How do we get to London?" Neville asked practically. Harry pulled out a long black feather, one of Noir's, enchanted by Morticia. "Family magic," he explained. "This is a port key that will activate on my command, linked to my blood. It will take us directly to the Ministry atrium." "Unregistered port keys are illegal," Hermione pointed out half-heartedly, clearly knowing it made no difference at this point. "So is everything else we're doing," Ron replied with a nervous laugh. "The Order members will already be positioned," Harry continued. "Invisible, waiting for our signal. We enter the department, proceed as if we're falling for Voldemort's trap, then implement our countermeasures once Death Eaters reveal themselves." "And the countermeasures are?" Ginny prompted. Harry removed several small devices from his pockets, Addams and Weasley twin creations modified for their specific purpose. Instant darkness powder. Decoy detonators. And these. He held up what appeared to be ordinary marble-sized glass orbs. The Addams equivalent of stun grenades. They affect an entire room, but won't harm us if we're wearing these. He distributed small silver pins shaped like ravens, identical to the one Wednesday had given him months ago. The most important thing, Harry emphasized, is that we stay together and follow the plan. No heroics, no individual stands. We're not there to defeat Voldemort, just to expose him. As they finalized preparations, Harry felt a strange calm settle over him. This wasn't reckless Gryffindor charge into danger. This was a calculated Addams gambit, using an enemy's strategy against them, transforming threat into opportunity. "Ready?" he asked, holding out the black feather. 5 determined faces nodded as hands reached for the portkey. "Familia Primum," Harry said clearly, activating the Addams magic. The ministry atrium was eerily silent as they arrived, the usual bustle of government activity replaced by empty echoing space. The security desk was unmanned, the gilded fireplaces cold and unused. "It's too quiet," Hermione whispered. "Even after hours, there should be some security." "Voldemort's cleared the path," Harry concluded. "Which means he's definitely expecting us." They moved swiftly toward the elevators, Harry leading with a confidence born of his visions. The Department of Mysteries lay on level 9, accessible by a single black door at the end of a corridor. The elevator descent felt endless, the rattling cage amplifying their tension. When they finally reached level 9, Harry paused, gathering his companions with a glance. "From here, we need to look like we're falling into the trap," he reminded them quietly. "Act natural, confused, cautious, but determined. The order is already in position." The black door opened at their approach, revealing a circular room with identical doors surrounding them. As soon as they entered, the walls began to spin, disorienting them completely. "He mentioned this," Harry muttered. "It's a security measure." As the spinning stopped, they faced identical unmarked doors with no way to determine which led where. Harry closed his eyes, recalling his visions. "The Death Eaters will be in the room with the archway," he said. "The one with the veil." "But which door is that?" Ron asked anxiously. Harry removed the Addams pocket watch, opening it carefully. The mist inside swirled, then formed a directional arrow pointing to a door on their right. "That one," he said confidently. The first room contained a tank of floating brains that undulated in eerie synchronization. They quickly retreated, marking the door with Hermione's spell before trying another. The second attempt revealed a room full of time-related artifacts, broken clocks, shattered hourglasses, and what appeared to be a hummingbird trapped in an endless cycle of life and death inside a bell jar. "This connects to the prophecy room," Harry whispered, recognizing a detail from his visions. "Through there." The next chamber contained towering shelves filled with small glass orbs, each glowing with a faint inner light. Prophecies, Harry realized, thousands of them, recorded and stored by the Department of Mysteries. "This is what he wants," Harry said suddenly, understanding clicking into place. "A prophecy about him and me. That's what the Order's been guarding." "How do we find it?" Neville asked, staring at the endless rows of shelves. Harry consulted the pocket watch again. The mist formed numbers, 97. "Row 97, he announced. "Let's go." They moved cautiously through the towering shelves, the only sound their footsteps and nervous breathing. When they reached row 97, Harry's eyes were drawn to a specific orb, labeled with both his name and Voldemort's. "This is it," he whispered, staring at the dusty sphere. "The weapon he wants." "It doesn't look very dangerous," Ron observed. "Information can be the most dangerous weapon of all," Luna said dreamily. Harry reached for the prophecy, hesitated, then grasped it firmly. It felt warm in his hand, pulsing slightly as if alive. "Now we wait," he said quietly. "They'll come to us." They didn't have to wait long. A drawling voice broke the silence. "Very good, Potter. Now turn around, nice and slowly, and give that to me." Black shapes emerged from the shadows, Death Eaters in masks and robes, surrounding them completely. At their center stood Lucius Malfoy, his pale hair gleaming in the dim light. "Where's Sirius?" Harry demanded, playing his role perfectly. Malfoy laughed coldly. The Dark Lord always knows how to get people to do what he wants. You saw only what he desired you to see. Now, the prophecy, Potter. Harry clutched the glass orb tighter. Why does Voldemort want it? Several Death Eaters hissed at the name, but Malfoy remained composed. You dare speak his name, he whispered. I'm not afraid of him, Harry replied steadily. And I'm not giving you this prophecy. You have no choice, Malfoy said, his voice hardening. There are 10 of us and only 6 of you. He knows how to count, mocked a female voice from behind one of the masks. More than we expected from Potter's friends. As the Death Eaters closed in, Harry felt a sudden warm pulse from the Addams air ring on his finger. Family magic, responding to danger. And with it came certainty, they weren't alone. Now! Harry shouted, throwing one of the Addams stun orbs high into the air. The glass ball shattered, releasing a wave of darkness shot through with silver lightning. The Death Eaters cried out in shock as the magic swept over them. Those not wearing the protective Addams pins crumpled to the ground, temporarily paralyzed. Run! Harry commanded, leading his friends toward the door they'd entered through. But more Death Eaters blocked that path, forced to shield themselves rather than attack due to the chaotic magic still coursing through the room. This way! Hermione called, pointing to a different door. They burst through into the room with the archway, the death chamber, with its ancient stone dais supporting a tattered veil that fluttered without wind. Voices whispered from beyond the fabric, calling seductively to anyone who listened too closely. Harry instantly recognized it from his visions, the room where he'd seen Sirius tortured. The center of Voldemort's trap. Perfect, he whispered. This was where they needed to be. Behind them, recovered Death Eaters poured through the door. Spells flew, stunners from Harry's group, more lethal curses from their pursuers. The DA training proved its worth as the students defended themselves with shield charms and coordinated defensive patterns. Where's the order? Ron gasped, deflecting a cutting curse with a hastily raised shield. They'll come, Harry assured him, firing stunners while keeping the prophecy clutched tightly in his left hand. We just need to hold on. The battle intensified as more Death Eaters joined the fray. Despite their training, Harry's group found themselves gradually forced back toward the dais with its whispering veil. Then, just as the situation seemed most dire, the chamber doors burst open. Order members materialized as disillusionment charms fell away, Sirius, Remus, Tonks, Moody, Kingsley, and others, launching a coordinated attack on the Death Eaters' rear. Harry! Sirius called, fighting his way toward his godson. The prophecy, I've got it, Harry confirmed, relief washing through him at the sight of Order reinforcements. The tide of battle shifted as the experienced Order members pressed their advantage. Death Eaters found themselves caught between two forces, their numerical superiority neutralized by the surprise attack. Then a new presence entered the chamber, a tall, skeletally thin figure with crimson eyes and skin as pale as death. Lord Voldemort had arrived, his face contorted with fury as he surveyed the scene. Potter, he hissed, raising his wand. Before he could cast, another door slammed open. Albus Dumbledore stood framed in the entrance, power radiating from him in palpable waves. It was foolish to come here tonight, Tom, he said calmly. The Aurors are on their way. By which time I will be gone, Voldemort snarled, and you dead. What followed was a duel of breathtaking intensity, Dumbledore and Voldemort exchanging spells of such power and complexity that everyone else, Order and Death Eaters alike, fell back to watch in awe and terror. Fire and water, light and darkness, transfigured weapons and conjured shields clashed in spectacular fashion. The very fabric of the chamber seemed to warp under the magical pressure. During the duel, Harry felt his ring pulse again, stronger than before. Looking toward the entrance, he saw something that made his heart leap. The Addams family had arrived. Morticia glided into the chamber, Gomez at her side, both radiating a dark power that made even hardened Order members step back. Mother, Harry called, his voice carrying across the chaos. Voldemort, momentarily distracted by the newcomers, turned his serpentine face toward Harry. "Mother," he repeated incredulously, red eyes flicking between Harry and Morticia. That moment of distraction cost him. Dumbledore's spell connected, flinging Voldemort backward against the stone wall. The Dark Lord recovered quickly, but his expression had changed, calculation replacing blind rage as he assessed the new variables. "The Addams witch," he said, recognition in his voice. "How unexpected." "Tom Riddle," Morticia acknowledged with regal calm, as if greeting an acquaintance at a social gathering rather than the most feared dark wizard in Britain. "Your methods remain as crude as ever." Voldemort's eyes narrowed at the use of his birth name. "You know nothing of my methods, witch." "On the contrary," Morticia replied, gliding forward. "The Addams family has observed your work for decades. Impressive power, certainly, but lacking finesse. Ancient magic deserves more respect than your brutish applications." The casual criticism seemed to enrage Voldemort more than any direct attack. "You dare, family magic is our specialty," Gomez interrupted cheerfully, twirling his wand like a fencing foil. "And you, my moldy friend, have threatened our boy." Before Voldemort could respond, the chamber doors burst open once more. Ministry officials poured in, led by the Minister of Magic himself. Cornelius Fudge stood frozen in the doorway, his face draining of color as he stared directly at Lord Voldemort. "He's here," Fudge whispered in horror. "He's really here." The plan had worked perfectly. Voldemort, trapped and exposed before ministry witnesses, could no longer remain a phantom threat denied by official channels. For a moment, everyone stood motionless, Death Eaters, Order members, ministry officials, students, all watching as Voldemort calculated his dwindling options. His red eyes darted from Dumbledore to the Addamses to the prophecy still clutched in Harry's hand. "This isn't over," he hissed finally. With a sudden explosive blast that knocked everyone off their feet, he seized the nearest Death Eater, Bellatrix Lestrange, and disappeared in a swirl of dark smoke, bypassing the anti-apparition wards through sheer magical power. Most of the other Death Eaters remained, trapped and quickly subdued by the combined forces of the Order and Ministry officials. Lucius Malfoy, his mask torn away, found himself face to face with Fudge, who stared at his longtime political ally in horrified betrayal. "Round them up," Kingsley directed the arriving Aurors. "Full magical restraints. They're all to be taken directly to holding cells." As the chaos subsided, Harry found himself surrounded by his friends, the Order, and the Addams family, all amazingly alive and mostly uninjured. Sirius grabbed him in a fierce hug. That, his godfather declared, was either the bravest or most insane plan I've ever been part of. "And I was friends with your father." "It worked," Harry said simply, still holding the prophecy orb. "Indeed it did," Dumbledore agreed, approaching with a mixture of pride and concern in his blue eyes. "Voldemort stands revealed. The Ministry can no longer deny his return. Though I fear we've only won the first battle in what will be a long war." Harry turned to Morticia, who stood watching him with unmistakable pride. "You came," he said. "Of course we did," she replied, embracing him with cool, strong arms. "Family stands together in times of danger." "How did you get here so quickly?" Harry asked. "We were already in London," Gomez explained cheerfully. "Waiting for your signal. The Addams family is always prepared for a good crisis." Fudge approached cautiously, his face ashen. "Dumbledore, that is to say, it appears there may have been a misunderstanding." "A misunderstanding?" Morticia repeated, her voice suddenly cold enough to freeze flames. "Is that what you call willfully ignoring the return of a dark wizard for an entire year, persecuting those who spoke truth, and leaving children to defend themselves?" Fudge quailed under her gaze. "I didn't, we couldn't have known." "You chose not to know," Morticia corrected. "A failing that has cost the wizarding world precious time. Time that might have been spent preparing rather than denying." "Morticia speaks truth, Minister," Dumbledore said more diplomatically. But recriminations can wait. For now, we must secure these prisoners and begin preparing the wizarding world for what lies ahead. As Ministry officials organized the removal of captured Death Eaters, Harry studied the prophecy orb still in his hand. "What happens to this?" he asked Dumbledore. The headmaster hesitated. "That prophecy concerns you and Voldemort. Its contents are yours to know, if you wish." "I do," Harry said firmly. "No more secrets." "Perhaps not here," Dumbledore suggested, looking around at the crowded chamber. "My family stays," Harry said, indicating the Addamses and his friends. "Whatever it says affects all of us." Dumbledore nodded slowly. "Very well. To hear it, simply break the orb." Harry took a deep breath and dropped the glass sphere on the stone floor. It shattered, releasing a pearly white figure that rose into the air. Professor Trelawney, Harry realized with surprise. Her spectral form began to speak in the harsh, unfamiliar tones of a true prophecy. "The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the seventh month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the seventh month dies." As the figure dissolved, silence fell over the group. Harry felt strangely calm. The prophecy contained nothing he hadn't already suspected. One of them would have to kill the other, in the end. "So that's it," he said quietly. That's what he wanted to know. "Yes," Dumbledore confirmed. "The part he already knew led him to attack you as a baby. What he didn't know was why he failed, that in marking you, he made you his equal. And that you possess power he does not understand." "Love," Harry guessed, remembering their earlier conversations. "That, yes," Dumbledore agreed. "But perhaps something more, now." His eyes moved to the Addamses, standing protectively around Harry. "Family magic," he acknowledged. "Ancient power that Tom Riddle, with his disdain for his own heritage, would never comprehend." "The blood of two magical lines flows in Harry now," Morticia said. "Potter and Addams. Both ancient, both powerful in different ways. This is the power the prophecy speaks of, not just love, but heritage. Belonging." Harry looked around at his assembled family, not just the Addamses, but Ron, Hermione, Neville, Luna, Ginny, Sirius, and the Order members who had come to their aid. Different kinds of family, bound by different ties, but family nonetheless. "We face this together," he declared. "Whatever comes next." "Whatever comes next indeed," Dumbledore mused. "Voldemort stands revealed, but also enraged at being exposed. His plans are in disarray, his secrets compromised. He will retreat, regroup, and return more dangerous than before. And we'll be waiting," Harry said with newfound confidence. "All of us." Epilogue. The great hall buzzed with excitement as students gathered for the end-of-term feast. The events at the Ministry had transformed the wizarding world overnight. Voldemort's return officially acknowledged, Fudge resigning in disgrace, captured Death Eaters facing trial, and Umbridge removed from Hogwarts under investigation for misuse of magical artifacts on students. Harry sat at the Gryffindor table, surrounded by friends who had fought beside him. The story of their confrontation with Death Eaters had spread throughout the school, growing more elaborate with each retelling. By the current version, Harry had dueled Voldemort personally while the Addams family performed ancient blood magic that turned Death Eaters into toads. The Quibbler's edition about that night sold out 3 printings, Luna informed them dreamily as she stopped by their table. Daddy's considering a special follow-up on the Addams family's role in combating Raxpert-influenced Ministry officials. "I'm sure they'd be delighted," Harry said with a smile, having learned that the Addamses actually enjoyed the Quibbler's outlandish theories. The mood at Hogwarts had shifted dramatically since Umbridge's departure. With Dumbledore reinstated as headmaster, a sense of cautious optimism had returned despite the official acknowledgement of Voldemort's resurrection. Students practiced defensive magic openly now, with many asking if the DA would continue next year as a sanctioned club. At the high table, Dumbledore rose for his end-of-year address. The hall quieted immediately. Another year gone, the headmaster began, his blue eyes grave but determined. And what a year it has been. I cannot pretend that the challenges ahead are not significant. Lord Voldemort has returned, as many of you bravely insisted despite official denial. Murmurs rippled through the hall at the open use of Voldemort's name. However, Dumbledore continued, recent events have demonstrated something Voldemort has never understood, the power of unity. Students from different houses working together. Different magical traditions combining their strengths. Family, in all its forms, standing together against darkness. His eyes found Harry's across the hall, conveying a message of respect and perhaps apology for past mistakes. We are stronger together than apart, Dumbledore emphasized. In the days ahead, remember this truth. Find strength in your differences rather than division. Learn from traditions beyond your own. As the feast concluded and students began preparing for their journey home, Professor McGonagall approached Harry. Potter, she said briskly, though with underlying warmth, the headmaster wishes to see you in his office before you leave. Harry found Dumbledore waiting behind his desk, the office restored to its former state after Umbridge's brief tenure. The silver instruments whirred and puffed, Fawkes preened on his perch, and the portraits of former headmasters watched with undisguised interest. "Ah, Harry," Dumbledore greeted him. "Please, sit. There are matters we should discuss before the summer begins." Harry took the offered chair, noting that Dumbledore now met his eyes directly, no more of the strange avoidance that had characterized their interactions all year. "First," the headmaster began, "I owe you an apology. My attempts to protect you this year by keeping my distance clearly caused more harm than good. I feared that Voldemort might exploit your connection, never realizing you would find your own solution through the Addams family magic. It worked better than conventional occlumency would have," Harry pointed out. "Family magic operates differently." "Indeed," Dumbledore acknowledged. "I have spent much of my life studying magic in its many forms, yet I failed to give proper consideration to traditions outside the conventional British approach. The Addams family's methods may be unconventional, but their effectiveness cannot be denied. They taught me to see magic as a whole," Harry explained. "Not divided into artificial categories. Light, dark, those are intent, not inherent qualities." A perspective with considerable merit, Dumbledore conceded, surprising Harry. "Though I maintain that certain magic's exact costs their practitioners rarely acknowledge. The Addamses are very clear about magical consequences," Harry countered. "More so than Hogwarts sometimes. They believe in informed choice rather than blind prohibition." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. "You've become quite the advocate for their philosophy." "They're my family," Harry said simply. "Yes, they are," Dumbledore agreed. "Which brings me to our second topic. Your living arrangements this summer." Harry tensed, preparing for an argument about returning to the Dursleys. "I understand you plan to reside at Addams Manor," Dumbledore continued, surprising him again. "I have no objection, provided certain protective measures are implemented." Harry stared. "You're not going to insist on the blood wards at Privet Drive?" "The blood protection through your mother's sacrifice remains important," Dumbledore explained. "But the Addams blood adoption has created an alternative form of protection that may be equally powerful in its own way. And recent events have demonstrated that your judgment regarding your own safety has matured considerably." "Thank you," Harry said, genuinely appreciative of the acknowledgement. "I would, however, ask that you maintain some connection with your aunt," Dumbledore added. "Perhaps a brief visit to renew the original protection, if possible. A week might suffice." Harry considered this. A single week with the Dursleys was a small price to pay for Dumbledore's blessing to live with the Addamses. "I can do that," he agreed. "Though they won't be happy to see me." "I imagine not," Dumbledore said with a small smile. "Particularly if you arrive with any of your Addams relatives." The mental image of Morticia and Gomez in Privet Drive made Harry laugh despite himself. That would be something to see. As their meeting concluded, Dumbledore walked Harry to the office door. One last thing, Harry. In light of recent events and the challenges ahead, I believe it's time for more direct collaboration between us. When you return next term, I would like to begin private lessons, not just defensive magic, but information about Voldemort's past that may be crucial to his eventual defeat. I'd like that, Harry said honestly. No more secrets between us. No more unnecessary secrets, Dumbledore qualified. There may still be information too dangerous to share widely, but I will no longer keep from you that which directly concerns your own destiny. It wasn't a complete promise of transparency, but it represented significant progress in their relationship. Harry nodded, accepting the compromise. Until September, then, Dumbledore said, extending his hand. Harry shook it firmly. Until September. Platform 9 3/4 bustled with the usual end-of-term chaos as students reunited with families and hauled trunks toward the magical barrier. Harry stepped off the train with his friends, immediately spotting the unmistakable figures waiting for him. The Addams family stood apart from the other parents, creating an island of calm amid the bustling crowd. Morticia's elegant black dress and Gomez's pinstriped suit contrasted sharply with the more conventional wizard attire around them. Wednesday and Pugsley flanked their parents, the former looking bored, the latter barely containing his excitement at being surrounded by potential experimental subjects. More surprising was the presence of Sirius beside them, no longer in his animagus form, but standing tall and proud in formal robes. With Pettigrew captured among the Death Eaters at the Ministry, Sirius had finally been granted a proper trial and cleared of all charges. His public rehabilitation was still ongoing, but his freedom was no longer in question. Quite the reception committee, Ron observed as they approached the group. Family, Harry replied with a smile. In all its forms. Reunions unfolded around them, the Weasleys gathering their brood with hugs and exclamations, Hermione introducing her parents to various school friends, Neville being collected by his formidable grandmother, who nodded with unexpected respect toward the Addamses. Ready to come home, my dear? Morticia asked, embracing Harry with cool affection. More than ready, Harry confirmed. Though Dumbledore's asked me to spend a week with the Dursleys first, to maintain the blood protection. Gomez clapped him on the shoulder. Family obligations. Important to honor. We'll accompany you, of course. You, will? Harry asked, imagining Uncle Vernon's reaction to the Addams family on his doorstep. Absolutely, Sirius confirmed with a mischievous grin. Your godfather and godmother, paying a proper visit to ensure your welfare. Completely legitimate. I've been experimenting with a new fungus that thrives in aggressively normal environments, Wednesday added flatly. Suburban houses are ideal habitats. And I've got fireworks. Pugsley contributed enthusiastically. Special ones that spell words in the sky. Like, wizards live here. Harry burst into laughter, the last weight of the difficult year falling away. Whatever challenges lay ahead, Voldemort, the prophecy, the coming war, he would face them with something he'd never truly had before, a family that understood and embraced all aspects of who he was, both Potter and Addams, both light and shadow. As they moved toward the barrier, Harry glanced back at Hogwarts Express, the scarlet engine that had first carried him into the wizarding world. So much had changed since that first journey, friends gained, enemies made, trials overcome, identity discovered. Yet the greatest change was within himself. No longer just the boy who lived, defined by a lightning scar and others' expectations. No longer alone against the darkness. He was Harry Potter Addams now, heir to two magical legacies, surrounded by family both born and chosen, prepared to forge his own path through whatever came next. The path ahead would be dangerous, certainly. But for the first time, Harry felt truly ready to walk it. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.